dear guests, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. If you can kindly take your seats. Sayın konuklar, 5 dakika içerisinde programımıza başlıyoruz. Lütfen yerlerimize geçebiliriz. Bugün buraya teşrif eden tüm kıymetli konuklarımız,
First of all, I would like to thank all the participants of today. Today we'll be discussing the international recognition of Halal certificates. As the Halal Accreditation Agency in Turkey, we are organizing this event and we will be discussing many topics and increasing awareness. This is the second stage, second pillar of our project. In the first pillar of the project, we had many accreditation and standardization associations representatives to our country, and we have organized workshops together. And today we will be holding our conference on global recognition of Halal certificates. In our certificates, we will be handing in different perspectives of different actors, and we will have 3 sessions. In the first sessions, we will be discussing the topic on the private sector. In the second session, we will be talking about the agencies, and in the third session, we will be talking about the contributions of the state actors on Halal certificates. In our opening, we will have the Quran recital, so I invite you to listen our Quran recital. Thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ثلة من الأولين وثلة من الآخرين وأصحاب الشمال ما أصحاب الشمال في سموم وحميم وظل محموم لا بارد ولا كريم إنهم كانوا قبل ذلك مترفين وكانوا يصرون على الحنث العظيم وكانوا يقولون أئذا متنا وكنا ترابا وكانوا يقولون أئذا متنا وكنا ترابا وعظاما أئنا لمبعوثون ومجموعون إلى ميقات يوم معلوم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين صدق الله العظيم الفاتحة
Kur'an-ı Kerim telavetini icra eden Hafız Nurullah Kütük Beyefendi'ye teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz.
We thank our Hafiz for the recitation of Quran. Now I invite the Assistant Secretary General of SMIIC, Ms. Riyad Sosi, for the opening speech.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good So, I'm Dr. Riyad Sousi. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Son Excellency, Mr. Hassan Ovud. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellency, honorable participants, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Halal Accreditation Agency for the excellent arrangement in organization of the International Conference on Global Recognition of Halal Certificates, and for giving us this opportunity to address this important audience. The significance of the Halal lifestyle is on the rise, not only among devout adherents, but also as it harmonizes with contemporary ethical and environment concerns. The profound implication of Islamic principles governing what is halal and haram have transcended religious boundaries, attracting global attention. It is imperative to recognize that the halal industry is not confined to the realm of food. It encompasses a diverse array of products, including cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and various consumers' goods. As awareness of these products increase, so does the demand for a standardization framework that ensures integrity and transparency within the industry. Some say there are more than 500 standards, and some others say this country's system is best. None of them is actually reflecting reality, but disregarding the fact in order to benefit themselves. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation (OIC) Standards and Metrology Institute for the Islamic countries (SIMIC) has played a pivotal role in addressing this challenge. SIMIC has tirelessly worked towards the development of OIC SIMIC standards, and by 2011 we published first editions, and by 2019 we have newest editions of our core halal standards. These efforts have culminated in the development of 56 standards, within 20 of them directly related to halal issues. We earnestly encourage the widespread adoption and implementation of OIC SIMIC standards for a multitude of compelling reasons. First, consistency and quality assurance. These standards ensure that products and services conform to specific quality and safety parameters. This consistency enhances trust among consumers and businesses, facilitating robust market dynamics. Second, efficiency and cost reduction. A unified set of standards across OIC member countries simplifies trade processes, reduces compliance testing expenses, and ultimately leads to improved process efficiency and reduced production costs. Third, global market access. Adopting OIC CIMIC standards not only serves the member countries, but also extends the market reach to non-OIC nations. The demand for halal products knows no borders, and the adherence to recognized standards facilitates international expansion. Four, consumer confidence. Halal products hold the place of paramount significance for Muslim consumers worldwide. Certification according to OIC CIMIC standards fosters consumer confidence by assuring adherence to halal criteria. Five, international trade relations. The adoption of common standards offers a robust foundation for fortified trade relations among OIC member countries and with non-IC nations. Standardizations mitigates trade barriers, fosters investments, and bolsters economic cooperation. Nonetheless, it is essential to appreciate that the implementation of unified standards presents challenges. It necessitates a restructuring of existing practices and demands, nuanced understanding of each country's unique considerations. In this context, it becomes imperative for CIMIC members countries to engage in collaborative efforts to surmount potential obstacles and to strive for a balance that accommodates national interest alongside the collective advantages of standardized trade practices. The challenge of embracing national recognition of accreditation in the halal industry indeed raises important considerations and has implications for the standardization and regulation for halal certification. Let's explore this challenge and its implication further. National recognition allows for varying standards and thus introduces potential inconsistencies in halal certifications. Accreditation by national halal accreditation bodies grants consumers greater confidence in the reliability and uniformity of halal products. International recognition of accreditation bodies signifies adherence to internationally recognized standards, instilling confidence in consumers and opening doors to new markets. Accreditation processes inherently promote unified standards, thereby ensuring consistency in halal certification across different regions and countries. This consistency is pivotal for the sustainable growth of the global halal industry, as standardized practices are favored by consumers and business alike. In conclusion, the pivotal choice between national recognition and accreditation in the halal industry necessitates a delicate balance between embracing diversity while adhering to standardization, prioritizing inclusivity while bolstering consumers' trust, and optimizing cost efficiency while maintaining rigorous regularity oversight. Therefore, we consider the establishment of the new OIC-affiliated institute, Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation, IFAQ, as an important step to build a sound accreditation system OIC-wide. With this regards, in line with the agreed role of CIMIC Accreditation Council to establish accreditation and certification schemes in halal domain based on OIC CIMIC standards, the Accreditation Council has started technical cooperation with IFAQ. Brothers and sisters, CIMIC, boasting 47 member states spanning 4 continents, stands as a treatment to our collective commitment to enhancing the quality infrastructure of our members. We aspire to foster intra-OIC trade by establishing a robust conformity assessment structure that is both professional and reliable. Our tireless endeavors have resulted in the development and revision of OIC Select standards, a task executed with utmost professionalism and in alignment with international best practices. We are grateful for the expertise of 300 to 400 experts who contribute to this significant undertaking through our technical committees. Honorable participants, standards work is undoubtedly a demanding endeavor, requiring not only technical acumen but also unwavering patience, effective communication, and adept negotiation skills. It is incumbent upon us to demonstrate the value of this standard to their ultimate users, illustrating the meticulous care and attention to detail invested in the standard's development. With these thoughts, I look forward to continued collaboration with my esteemed colleagues in our shared quest to develop standards that foster innovation and drive future economic opportunities. I would like to extend my gratitude once more for the gracious invitation, and I anticipate a most stimulating and productive meeting. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sayın Riyad Susi'ye konuşmaları için teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riyad Susi. Now, I would like to invite Acting Director General of COMSEC Coordination Office, Mr. Selçuk Koç. The floor is yours, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great pleasure for me to address this August gathering on the occasion of this important conference. At the outset, I would like to thank Halal Accreditation Agency for the excellent arrangements made for the success of this meeting. On behalf of the COMSEC Coordination Office, I would like to welcome you all, and it is really a great pleasure for me to participate in this conference, which aims at enhancing the awareness on the global recognition of Halal certificates. We are very pleased to observe that within the scope of the project, which is funded under the COMSEC project funding mechanism, the workshop on mutual multilateral recognition of Halal certification activities has been carried out successfully last month with the participation of experts and executives from the partner countries and relevant institutions. Distinguished participants, as you are well aware, there is a growing demand for certification of Halal products and services. Halal certification is a quality system that provides confidence for producers and consumers. It does not only ensure religious, hygienic, healthy, quality and reliable production, but also provides a valuable asset for businesses looking to enter the Halal market. While reliable Halal certification has numerous benefits such as improved food safety, increased transparency, enhanced brand image, and product quality, however, unreliable certificates causes confusion among consumers, importers, and the relevant institutions. In this regard, mutual recognition of Halal certificates bears great importance in facilitating export and import processes between the member countries. Halal issues have also been on the COMSEC agenda since its initial years. We, as the COMSEC Coordination Office, attach particular importance to the endeavors in the field of accreditation within the framework of CIMIC. We are very pleased to observe that these these efforts resulted in the establishment of an accreditation umbrella organization, namely the Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies, shortly IFAB. Inshallah, this forum, in accordance with CIMIC standards, will play a very significant role in facilitating trade of certified halal products among our member countries. Distinguished participants, seizing this opportunity, I would also like to share with you a brief account of the policy support instrument of the COMSEC, namely COMSEC project funding. Under this instrument, COMSEC supports the projects of the member countries as well as relevant vice institutions. This policy support instrument mainly aims at improving the institutional and human capacity in the member countries as well as strengthening solidarity among the Islamic countries. Under this important instrument, until now, 116 projects have been implemented during the period 2014 and 2022. I would like to also underline that almost all OIC member countries have benefited from the implemented projects as a project owner or project partner, and 17 projects are currently being implemented in this year. Before concluding my remarks, I especially thank the representatives of the Halal Accreditation Agency as the owner of the project, and also our guests and online audience participating from the different parts of the Islamic world. I sincerely believe this project, and particularly this conference, will contribute to the realization of our strategic aims and capacity building efforts by bringing several stakeholders together to be able to create a synergy. I would also like to express my best wishes for all participants for a fruitful conference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sayın Koç'a konuşmaları için teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Şimdi açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere
Now I give you the acting president of High Board of Religious Affairs, Mr. Dr. Fatih Mehmet Aydın.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu. Kıymetli Hazirun,
Distinguished audience, before I start my words, I would like to commemorate our Muslim brothers and sisters who are persecuted and who are martyred in Gaza. Organized by Halal Accreditation Agency, the Conference on Global Recognition of Halal Certificates is the event to which we participate. On behalf of the Directorate of Religious Affairs, and I wish all of you a fruitful conference. Halal products and services have always been a priority of the Directorate of Religious Affairs. Our citizens in Turkey and our citizens living in abroad attribute great importance to the food and beverages they consume, and they consult very often to our directorate and they request a fatwa about this. The Directorate of Religious Affairs recognize the importance of this issue, and we have initiated an office that would concern the administrative and the executive issues on this matter. The essential of this issue is tackled with the belief of halal. Therefore, the concerns in this matter are very important, and the decisions are made by the Religious Affairs High Council. The Council have five essential commissions, one of which is the Commission for Economic Life. This commission is concerned with halal services, halal certification of food, beverages, and the issues related to alcohol. And on these topics, our commission receives questions, and the experts answer these questions in accordance with our perspective. Facing the changing conditions, we are tackling the current affairs, and in order to answer the questions that are coming in these matters, we do the scientific and the intellectual research, and the High Commission of Religious Affairs issue a commission decree, and we share it with the public. Our commission makes its decision about the highly disputed subjects. Before we make this decision, we do work with the science people, the economic experts, and the social experts. We do hold economic, scientific, and social meetings, and we make our decisions accordingly. In 2011, we have held a 3-day long meeting on the methodologies for determining halal food, the GMO food, and the standardization of halal and the relative certifications. In our meeting, we have listened to 20 different notifications and statements, and we have in total held 7 sessions. Apart from that, in 2019, we have held a 2-day long meeting about the preservatives and additives in halal food, and in this meeting we have talked about the origins of halal food, the preservatives, the pesticides and herbicides, and the additives that are used in these pesticides and other drugs on food, the alcohol and the preservatives and the soluble materials in alcohol, the fermented food, and the fiqh evaluation of these issues have been discussed in 4 different sessions, and in total 10 statements have been presented. The results that are gathered from these 2 organizations, our High Commission of Religious Affairs, have made many decisions on halal food. More than 50 decisions were made by our commission, and if we are to give some examples, we can say that the decision regarding the colorants, for example, the colorant carmine and its halal status, or the gelatin that is produced from the pig blood or pig meat, the pork, and its usage in halal food, or the export or import haram food to third countries, and the religious status of energy drinks and GMO food and their halal status, and using alcoholic beverages like wine while cooking food and its halal status, and issuing halal certificates by different organizations, and consumption of products without halal certifications, etc. These kind of decisions were made and issued by our commission. Belief, ethics, worship, family life, and social life are the issues that our commission is tackling with, and halal services and products are among our main issues, and we cooperate with the national and international associations who are working on these matters. Since its establishment, we have cooperated with the Turkish Standardization Institution in terms of halal certification, and we have taken part in the field studies with the Halal Accreditation Agency. We have taken part in the studies to raise awareness in public, and we are always open to cooperation. I can definitely tell you, as the representative and the acting president of the High Board of Religious Affairs. We do support these kind of events and organizations, and we do our duty in terms of signing a protocol about halal, global halal certification. Likewise, CIMIC and its activities are very important to us. In this context, we are cooperating and building relationships in terms of economic and scientific matters, in terms of exchanging ideas on the decisions made, and a mutual communication, and the scientific and intellectual meetings can be examples of our mutual relationship. Last but not least, we have to express that the Muslims in the world have the target of unification, or being unified, and we need more concrete steps, more tangible steps in order to accomplish that, which is one of the goals and objectives of this organization. Concerning the halal services and food, it's important that all the Islamic, all the Muslim countries in the world have an harmonized standardization, which is published in several languages. The political, commercial, or any other obstacles to be overcome in this issue is very important, and leading our divine goal with moral issues is very important to contribute and to accomplish this goal. While doing it, we have to, of course, preserve and we have to make a specific distinction between the halal and haram food, so as not to confuse them. By protecting halal and clean products, and by hoping that we can transfer this knowledge to future generations, I conclude my words, and I thank you for listening to me. Assalamu alaikum.
Sayın Aydın'a konuşmaları için teşekkür ediyoruz. Şu anda translation
Thank you very much. For those following us online, we are trying to solve the solution about interpretation services. Last but not least, our final speaker, Chairman of Board of Directors of Hak Zafer Sorgu. Distinguished guests, dear viewers who are following our conference from different parts of the world, facilitate the international trade of halal certified products as well as to ensure that consumers have reliable access to halal certificate products. In this framework, the establishment of a halal certification system based on international standards prepared with the joint efforts and contributions of Islamic countries and sector stakeholders and based on mutual recognition through the accreditation mechanism is a prerequisite for achieving these goals. In the light of these objectives, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the halal certification approach developed by the Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, SIMEC, which has been operating as an affiliated organization of the OIC since 2010, is the most realistic solution. These CIMIC standards, which were created within the framework of the common interests of the OIC member countries and encompass the entire Islamic world within the framework of a common mind, stand before us as a very important opportunity for the establishment of a halal certification mechanism functioning at the global level. In order to take advantage of this opportunity and to ensure the mutual recognition of halal certificates between countries without the need for any further action, very important steps have been taken within the OIC and CIMIC in recent years to establish an international structure that will act as an umbrella organization between the halal accreditation bodies of OIC member countries. As a result of the devoted efforts of our country and the member countries of the CIMIC Accreditation Council, particularly Saudi Arabia, we have reached the final stage in the establishment of the Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies, IFAB, Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies. Through IFAB, which will have the status of an affiliate organization of the OIC and will complete its establishment works hosted by Saudi Arabia in the coming weeks, we will take a very important step to eliminate the obligation of multiple halal certification, which is the most important obstacle faced by companies in the trade of halal certified products. At this point, I wish success from our Allah. As Turkey, we will continue our efforts, endeavors, and support to ensure that halal certificates are both reliable and facilitate trade through the halal accreditation agency. I would like to point out that HAK, which is the only institution authorized to provide halal accreditation services in Turkey, has received a total of 143 accreditation requests from around the world so far. At this point, HAK has made 50 accreditation decisions for certification bodies located in many countries in different regions of the world, such as Australia, the Netherlands, the United States of America, Pakistan, Brazil, and Spain, while 51 applications were concluded negatively due to the failure of the relevant organizations to meet the minimum requirements. I would like to state frankly that the most important thing for us is to ensure trust in halal certification and to establish a halal certification mechanism based on trust in the Islamic world. I would like to say that the number of halal certified facilities covered by HAK's accreditation assurance has exceeded 1,200 with the accreditation decisions taken so far. I would also like to point out that HAK is proud to be the first accreditation body in the world to provide laboratory accreditation services in accordance with CIMIC standards and to provide accreditation services to certification bodies operating in the fields of tourism and personnel within the scope of CIMIC standards. As HAK, as Turkey, we will continue to share our experience in the implementation of CIMIC standards based on the common sense of the Islamic world with all relevant stakeholders. In this context, in addition to our accreditation activities, we are also taking steps forward our goal of turning HAK into a training center. Within the framework of the cooperation protocol signed between CIMIC and HAC, we are making a significant contribution to the human resources specialized in CIMIC Halal quality infrastructure by organizing trainings in both Turkish and English. As HAC, we have provided more than 1,000 people from 30 different countries with competence in this field through 41 trainings we have organized in 3 years. In the coming period, we will continue our training activities in Turkey and abroad without slowing down and increasing. Through this conference, which we are attending today and which we are organizing in cooperation with the Standing Committee for Economic and Commercial Cooperation of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, COMSEC, we will listen to the views of our esteemed speakers from both our country and different countries on the need for global recognition of halal certificates, learn firsthand about the negatives brought about by the current situation, and inform our audience about the steps taken to solve this problem, and especially the final point reached at the point of establishing a global system. As I conclude my remarks, I pray to Allah Almighty that this conference will be instrumental in the development of a healthy and reliable halal certified product and service market, which is a common language among Islamic countries and which is the envy and preference of the whole world. I would like to thank our project team, the COMSEC Project Coordination Office, all our esteemed speakers, and all our viewers who follow our conference both by coming here and by remote access. I greet you all with respect. May Allah's mercy and blessings be upon you. Thank you very much, Mr. Soylu. Before proceeding with our first session, we are going to have a 15-minute break and we will continue at 20 past 11.
hey hey. Hey, ses kontrol. Hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3. Hey, hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Hey hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Pazartesi, salı. Hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6. Sayın misafirler, hey. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6. Pazartesi, salı. Hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 9 10. Pazartesi, salı. Hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Pazartesi, salı. Ses kontrol. Ses kontrol. Hey, ses kontrol. Bir 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Benim sesim gelecek. Hey. Hayır. Hey, ses kontrol. Hey, ses kontrol. Bir 3 4 Hey, ses kontrol. Ses deneme. Bir 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Ses kontrol.
Tekrar deneyebilir miyiz? Ses kontrol. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. Hey, ses kontrol 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, ses kontrol. Hey, hey, ses kontrol 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey,
5 dakika içerisinde başlıyoruz. introduction before lunch, so we have no complications there. And secondly, we kindly ask from you to fill in those questionnaires on your desk so we can provide them to ComSec after the event. Thank you. Sayın konuklarımız, bugün otelden ayrılacak olan konuklarımızın yemekten hemen önce check-out işlemlerini tamamlamalarını rica ediyoruz. Aynı zamanda masalarınızın üzerine bir anket bıraktık. Bu anketi doldurmanız bizim için çok önemli. Çünkü bu geri dönüşleri biz ComSec İSEDA'ya ileteceğiz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Kısa bir aradan sonra bütün konuklarımıza tekrar hoş geldiniz demek istiyoruz. Kamu aktör
I would like to say welcome to our guests again after this short break, and I'm initiating session one, which is called From the Perspective of Governmental and Intergovernmental Bodies. I invite Professor Dr. Haji Mehmet Günay from Faculty of Divinity, Sakarya University, Ibn Haldun University. The floor is yours. Distinguished audience, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, and our online audience, welcome. I salute you with respect and affection. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I wish that this conference will be fruitful for all of us. I am from Faculty of Divinity. I am an academician, first of all. This is my identity. And in terms of the formation of about Divinity faculty and the generic and specific sides of halal industry and its economy, its ecosystem is in the areas of my interests. And in my speech, I will approach the topic from my perspective, from the perspective of Islamic values and the integrity of these halal certifications and their international recognition. This will be my focus on my speech. Thank you very much in advance for listening to me. So how do I change the page? Okay. Well, okay, first of all, I will do a brief introduction. I would like to emphasize the concept of value. The reason is that the concept halal actually is signifying a value. It's an Islamic value, and the whole system is being constructed on this concept of value. In the framework of halal, it does not mean anything to us on its own as long as it is not in its integrity in this system. The values, the ethics, and the aesthetics are very important, and value is a very important concept in aesthetics and ethics as well. It has many sides and many dimensions, but most basically we can summarize it as the standards of goodness or beauty that leads or directs the behaviors of people. So, the value corresponds to qimat in Arabic. It is more about physical value, but value here represents the the metaphysical value as well, like beauty and goodness as well. So we are talking about the physical and the metaphysical values of goodness, beauty, and the concepts of sunnat, halal, haram, or or superficial or any kind of beliefs, we can put a frame in the concept of value as well. Of course, value is specific for human, and the humans are the only beings that are associated, that are occupying themselves with values among all the living creatures in the world, because human beings have a sense of morality. We think and we predict the results of our actions, therefore we do conscious choices and preferences, and we are always in action. And the people who are in action, well, of course, they have to make some preferences and they have to choose. And these choices, these preferences are led by some issues, and we call these issues the values. We make our choices, or we do prefer according to our moral, ethical, aesthetical, or any kind of value. So these are evaluations. Our choices, our actions are the results of our choices as well. So halal standards are also the results of our value, ethical or moral evaluation. So this standard is called the value. Well, of course, there are different types of values. As I stated before, we have our religious values, we have aesthetic values, ethical values, scientific values, and the theoretical values, economic values, political, legal, or traditional, or many other types of values there are. But among them, we are mainly interested in the social values rather than the scientific values, because halal category is among the social values as well. When we talk about social values, we talk about the beautiful and the ugly, we talk about the virtue and the unmorality, or any kind of cruelty and kindness, etc. And these also constitute like the list of social behavior rules that define how we should behave in a society, what we should do, what we should avoid, etc. Are all determined by these values. They vary, of course. We have legal behavioral values, ethical values, the religious values, the worshipping values, for example. So the halal category is among them, and it is under the sub-heading of religious values, which is under social values. So these religious values are in a society are the most efficacious compared to the other values, because they have this spiritual and this physical dimensions in terms of its sanctions and results. We believe that we will see the results of our choices in this life and in afterlife. Therefore, we are double conscious when we are making these kind of choices. Well, these values are directly related with the ideal standards and objectives that we have in our daily social lives. These can be moral values, the cultural values, universal values, etc. And these religious values are very important, as we stated, because the the constitution of religion throughout history, since Adam and Eve, well, it exists in our lives. It directs our social and emotional behaviors. It leads us to specific actions. It has been our biggest motivation. Therefore, these religious values are internalized, and they are properly understood and implemented by societies, and these societies always produce the good person, the good people, and the superior people that are characterized by religious values. This is the objective of societies in our time. these superior people are in harmony with one another. So this is what we say. This is how we can summarize it. Well, now, religious values have different subheadings, as we said. And when we take a look at the references, we see that the humanitarian values and the Islamic values. So the Islamic values are universal, and but the humanitarian values are universal, but they're also Islamic. As I stated in the beginning of my speech, human beings are the only ones that are thinking in this world. So we are holy beings in our religious, and we are the mouthpiece of the God in this world, and all the blessings of God are in service of human beings. We know that. And for that, we have our limitations that are not valid for other living creatures, because we have our consciousness, we have our awareness, and this awareness may harm the environment, so to say, the world we live in. Therefore, we have our duties, our brain, but also we have the word of God that would support us in our daily actions. So with our brain, with our own cleverness, we can deduce some values. We can create some values like the truth or kindness, like not committing murder, not persecuting people, or being helpful, being generous, being fair, being just. These kind of things, being compassionate, for example. These kind of things are the values that we can put forward, that we can bring forward with our own brains, with our own cleverness, but they are also Islamic values. And we are able to bring them forward with our own actions, daily actions. These humanitarian values are also Islamic values, and the Islamic values also correspond to the humanitarian values in the world. So I mention it here, and I say that what is valid in Islam is halal, what is not valid in Islam is haram. So to say, we can think and we can believe that something is proper, something is decent, and something is beneficial, and this will also be halal in the eyes of Islam. If we think, if we put our thinking, our thoughts onto something, and we conclude that something is not beneficial for us, it is also haram in Islam as well. So the humanitarian values, the logical values that we deduce ourselves, and the values of Islam that is directed to us by Quran correspond. And what is halal is also what is hygienic and what is clean. Therefore, they are in harmony. So the moral economy is what Islam economy is called in English, the moral economy, the non-interest economy, and also humanitarian economy, or the human economy is another name for Islamic economy, which means that a system of economy that is constructed on the principles of justice and fairness, which is humanitarian, which believes in the fair share of the resources, which rejects the unfair earnings, and they are both humanitarian and Islamic economy, and they are synonymous. And because of the value that Islam is attributing to people, we are talking about Homo Islamicus, not Homo economicus. That's something we all know. The second reference for the Islamic values is the Word of God. The first was the thoughts of humans that would lead us to universal Islamic and humanitarian values. The second, the Word of God that we're talking about now. So the God, Allah, the Almighty, creates us, and He gives us a brain and the ability to think. And if we do not balance it, if we do not balance our cleverness with
the directives of God, then we have the potential to destroy everything. Therefore, God do not abandon us after creating us, but sends us His word to support us and to direct us to the right path, to find salvation and prosperity. So this is the reason that the word of God is sent to us, and this word of God is our holy book, Quran, and our Sunnah. And all the written and unwritten rules of Islam can be considered under the subheading of the Wahi, so to say, the word of God. So the system of Islamic values are well integrated, and this is what I'm trying to reach. By the way, I am starting with a specific value and I generalize. I try to find a common ground that can be shared by the whole Islamic communities in the world. So we say that the Islamic values are integrated. It is directly related to the system of belief and system of morality and the system of social rules. So the system of belief is very important, of course. Tawhid is at the top of it, and Tawhid is that the human being as an individual and as the part of bigger societies and civilizations are touched by the miracles of God to its smallest cell, and everything is dependent on God and His Almightiness. This integration, this unity, this tawhid is valid in all our daily life. I would like to give a reference to Quran here so that we can create a common mechanism, and speak is quoting Arabic. This is the verse that we are talking about. This verse says that we have to hold on to the rope of God so that we will not fall to separation and to fall to chaos. When we think about this verse and our principle of Tawhid, we conclude that all the people, all the Islamic communities need to cooperate on all the issues in the world, that they do not separate it, they do not get separated, that they do not divide, and they have to share common principles, and they always have to ally. So we have the principles of beliefs, of course, right under the principle of Tawhid, which is very, very important and which is directly related to the human beings and the creation of earth, etc. So about beliefs, that we are reflecting to our daily actions. We're talking about the beliefs that cover the legal beliefs, the legal rules, and the law, the social rules, etc. And this is a very vast field. In Islamic rule, we believe that, for example, the ownership is dependent on and it is based on halal and freedom. So ownership is free. Islam. There is no limit to that. But this being the essential, we also have hududullah, which is the framework of halals and harams, so to say the principles of limitations that our religion is imposing upon us. So these halals and fars and wajibs and mubahs, etc., and the harams and prohibitions on the humanitarian areas, the economic areas, the social areas, etc. We have these limitations and permittances. So this is the second pillar of our subject, let's say. So these prohibitions and these, abolitions are also universal in, in many senses, like, committing murder or cheating your spouse, or, for example, cheating in games, these kind of things. But Islam has many other prohibitions, for example, not eating pork and, not applying interest in economy, etc. So we see the rules of Islam in many universal platforms as well. So why am I talking about this? I am talking about this because we are trying to reach a common definition in this area, in what is halal and what is haram, and the certifications of halal, etc. And when we talk about this harmonization, this this unity, we cannot limit ourselves or burden ourselves only with food. We have to expand our thoughts to all these social areas in itself, and we have to create an integrated system and a holistic system that would not contradict in itself. Therefore, talking about halal or talking about haram should not be limited with food and beverages, but also be related to social life, family life, and lifestyles, and many other, any field that you can think about. And all these Islamic principles should be in hierarchy with one another if we are to talk about halal life. So we arrive here at the importance of Islamic principles. So, in order for a harmonious Islamic society, we have to share some values. The more values we have, both physical and metaphysical or spiritual, the better society we can become, and the more that these are adapted by the members of the society, the more they are shared and the more they are internalized, etc. The more we can become a healthier society.
And within this society, the basics, the fars, the halal haram borders, and other things should be taught, and if they can come and share a joint common path, then the conscience of being a good Muslim is going to be defined. Therefore, the importance of international recognition mechanism, which is based on common values. As I was trying to explain, the Islamic values system shaped around halal is one of the most important common point of Islam. This is halal, this is haram. Within the scope of halal, there are fars, wajib, and sunnah. Even karahat is in the scope of halal. On the contrary, harams. And within this values ecosystem, among us as the Islamic societies, we need to find a common path on minimum values, minimum common values, and if we can reinforce it, this common attitude, common standards, and common practices, then we are going to be realizing the targets of Islam, and we become Kamil individuals and Kamil societies. That's why this topic in our agenda, international halal certificates, with the international acceptance, with a joint effort, it's going to be accepted by the majority, and it is important for the Islamic values, and it is going to be very beneficial in this regard. And in many fields, we know that Islamic world cannot become one And it is nice to see Islamic world find a common path in this regard, and it may constitute a very good example for the other fields like the political. And I hope that this culture is going to continue and providing solidarity. It is important. That is the connection. Before proceeding with the slides, I would like to say a couple of words. This halal issue, from raw material to certification and accreditation, it is not the process only. We need to see it as one, and we do have value system. We have been keeping it in our agenda, and halal value chain is a concept from the raw material till its packaging, transportation, storing, and it includes all these processes and stages. It is a system like that, and I think it's a good system with an integrated approach and with holistic approach. Then it is going to be beneficial. We need to add something to that, one of which is horizontal and the other is vertical. The phases of halal food is manufacturing step, then certification step, and then accreditation step. Halal food value chain is including them, but there is one thing which is not included in this chain, namely international recognition mechanism, because we are certifying according to some standards, we are accrediting in line with some standards, but we need to agree upon standards, and this is what CIMIC standards do, and this value chain is going to have international recognition mechanism. And second of all, as you all know, in this halal value chain, there is no halal finance. In the Islamic economy reports, under the name of halal, there is finance, food, fashion, medication, tourism. But for some reason, the topic of finance is not directly connected to the halal value. It's a side value. Therefore, our institutions, accreditation institutions and certification bodies, they are not examining the resources of these institutions. It is out of the scope of the evaluation. So, since the beginning, I have been trying to explain you that this is one block. We need to consider it as one block with all the values, Do they pay to their workers, everything. It is going to be a halal operation system, and halal financing should be added to this halal value chain. And within this halal ecosystem, we need to handle them all together. Our Islamic values and human values, and they are related to Islamic values as well. We need to find a common path to come up with the standards, and acceptance and recognition mechanism development are going to be of good use in order to create the target set by Islam. Thank you very much for your patience. And I hope that this meeting is going to be beneficial for all the parties in order to reach the targets that I just mentioned. May Allah grant us, and my deep respects to you all.
Sunum için seninle
Thank you very much, Günay Bey.
Konuşmasını yapmak üzere
Now
İslam
I would like to invite
Sayın Yasin
Yasin
davet ediyoruz.
Zülfikaroğlu, specialist, the Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, SIMIC.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to thank Halal Accreditation Agency for inviting us to this important gathering, and also I would like to thank to COMSEC for funding this and supporting this important events. Not only this one, but also other events with related to the promotion of OIC CIMIC standards. It's very much appreciated. Today I would like to talk about briefly about CIMIC and our activities. Before I go with the definition of CIMIC, I would like to explain a brief information about OIC. As you know, Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, CIMIC, is a part of Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It's the second largest intergovernmental organization after United Nations, established in 1969, and it defines itself as the collective voice of the Muslims all over the world. Related with the OIC, there are institutions, sub-organs, standing committees. CIMIC is an affiliated institution to OIC, but you can see specialized organs like Islamic Development Bank and standing committee like COMSEC, Commercial and Economic Cooperation Standing Committee of OIC. So CIMIC is a member of this family. So if we go through CIMIC, CIMIC was established in 2010 in Istanbul. It's a treaty-based intergovernmental organization located in Turkey. Our main focus in issuing standards, focusing on halal issues, and also creating certification and accreditation schemes for OIC-wide. But we are not a conformity assessment body. These are our objectives: preparation of CIMIC standards for the world, and achieve uniformity in standardization and metrology for our member states, provide technical assistance, and establishing a conformity assessment scheme is one of our objectives. We have some documents which are essential for the work of our institution: our statute, rules of procedure, inter-regulations, and directives and guides, and CIMIC strategic plan 2021-2030. These are main documents of CIMIC. So as of today, we have 47 member states, 44 full and 3 observer member states. It's available in our website. Now you see our structure. We have the General Assembly, Board of Directors, General Secretariat located in Turkey, Istanbul, and reporting to BOD, Board of Directors, and General Assembly, we have 3 main councils: Accreditation Council, Standardization Management Council, and Metrology Council. General Assembly is the supreme decision-making organ composed of all member states through their either national accreditation bodies, metrology, and mostly standardization bodies. The member states of CIMIC are represented at the General Assembly. And we have a board of directors for the execution of the programs and activities decided by General Assembly. We have 13 members of board of directors. Republic of Turkey is the permanent member as the hosting country of this institution. An accreditation council, the national accreditation bodies are member of this council to create the accreditation scheme, especially for halal issues, OIC-wide. And we have 12 national accreditation bodies for the management of this council. And we have Metrology Council. These are National Metrology Institutes, NMIs, are members of this council to exchange experience and experience with regards to the metrology infrastructure. We organize trainings and etc. With regards to metrology, because this is also a part of the quality infrastructure. We pay great importance on this issue as well as CIMIC. And Standardization Management Council is one of the third councils. This is to oversee the performance and activities of the technical committees, where we issue OIC CIMIC standards, and where we all gather all the expertise of all 47 member states to establish CIMIC standards. Yes, we seek for the consensus of all stakeholders when we issue OIC CIMIC standards. It's not made by the General Assembly or any staff from General Assembly. We try to take all the necessary contribution as much as possible from our member states. So we have to define the standard, because especially for the Halal certification, maybe it's not the case anymore, but previously that many certification bodies were using their own documents and claiming that it was their standard. But no, this is not the correct definition of the standard. Standards should be approved by a recognized body, should be prepared by consensus of relevant stakeholders, and it should be for common and repeated use. So basically, if we define, it's the document that defines the mass of a product, process, or service. So in CIMIC, like in the international practice, we try to gather all the contribution of the relevant stakeholders of our member states. So it's important to take the technical support or technical contribution of NGOs, GOs, Chamber of Commerce's, private sector, small and medium enterprises, etc. So at CIMIC level, we are trying to, through our standard preparation process, we are trying to implement this important aspect of standardization. So technical committees, as I mentioned, the standards are not prepared by CIMIC General Secretariat. Standards are prepared by CIMIC member states, but through technical committees. So we have technical committees composed of member states with specific title, with a precise title, scope, and the work program. And there are permanent participating and observer members to all technical committees. So as a CIMIC member state, you can either choose to be a P member of a technical committee if the subject is relevant to your and to the benefit of your country. So in case of Halal, for example, you can find more than 20 member states contributing as P member. And also, as a full member of CIMIC, you can choose either to be an O member, which means observer member. You will follow up the progress of the projects. But if you are an observer member to CIMIC, you can only be an O member to a technical committee. So this is where we gather all the expertise and experience of our member states to issue OIC CIMIC standards. Of course, we are using certain documents and procedures. The most essential one is the CIMIC Directives 1, technical procedures for the development of OIC CIMIC standards. The rules are there, how to issue standards, which stages standard projects goes through are all explained here. Also, we have CIMIC Directives 2. The structure of our standards are defined, the rules are defined in this directive. We have two guides. One is regarding the national or regional adoption of our standards by a member state or other regional body. And also we have a guide regarding the distribution and sales rules for our standards. And if we talk about the committees, technical committees, we have a CCA, Committee on Conformity Assessment. This committee is not responsible for assessing a certification body or assessing or auditing. This is responsible for issuing standards with regards to conformity assessment. So therefore, I can say OIC CIMIC 2 2019, which is rules for certification bodies, and OIC CIMIC 3 2019, which is rules for accreditation bodies, are all both established by this committee. Only difference with regards to this committee, the chairman is elected by CIMIC Board of Directors, and the secretariat work is handled by CIMIC General Secretariat. This is the main difference between technical committees and CCA. As you see, we have, as of today, 17 technical committees, including CCA, TC1, halal food issues, 2 regarding cosmetics, 3 service site issues. We have 4 on energy, TC5 on tourism and related services, 6 on agriculture. We have, as you see, conventional committees and also the committees that focuses on halal issues. So TC1 is the first one, which was established in 2011. Then the others followed as per the request from member states. So any member state can propose to establish a new technical committee. As defined, the procedure is defined in CIMIC Directives 1. So if any member states is willing to prepare standards on a particular subject, following the procedures to establish a technical committee, it's always there. So you can just add new technical committees depending on the need. This goes also the same thing with regards to the issuing of standards as well. Yes, how we establish standards, we follow a project approach, which means that each study to establish a new standard or the maintenance of an existing standard, to issue a new version of an existing standard, is considered as a new project under the work program of the technical committees. So this is the procedure that we follow. We have 6 stages from proposal to publication. The first is the proposal. If in a technical committee, a member state or an entity could propose this to develop a new standard, you have to propose this to the secretary of that technical committee. The committee circulate this, the secretariat circulate this to members of the committee, and if there is the necessary criteria has been fulfilled, this is considered as a new project. And then if you don't have any draft document, a working group must be established. This time the member states assign experts to this working group just to issue the initial draft of a standard project. So whenever the working group completes its job, it submits to the technical committee. There comes the stage 3, committee stage. This time the committee members, they discuss on the project, and then whenever the consensus has been obtained, the chair of this committee decides. Then this time, this proceeds to stage 4, DS or draft standard stage. Only difference between these two, at committee level, only the committee members, with regards to committee members are commenting, but at DS stage, the draft standard is circulated by CIMIC General Secretariat to all member states. So in this case, all CIMIC member states will have the opportunity to contribute. At this level, you can ask your stakeholders, national stakeholders. The member states can use their, if there are any national mirror committees with regards to the CIMIC committees, you can receive the comments of your national stakeholders to issue, to prepare your country view, your country's comments on this project. So this is very important to gather the national view, to prepare the national view. You have to ask to your national stakeholders to prepare your country view. And then if it is fulfilled, and if there are still comments but the criteria has been fulfilled, if you don't change the document, you can go directly to publication. But if you have to make, either it is approved at the committee stage, inquiry stage, you have to, you can prefer to go for final approval stage. After that, whenever the criteria has been fulfilled, the document is approved as a new standard, and CIMIC General Secretariat starts the publication process, and in at least 2 months time, the standards is being published. So these are the details. Of course, maybe too much for this conference, but the thing is, the standards, the point here is the standards are not the product of just one committee even. All contribution of stakeholders are put into the standard. So when you have a standard, you have to know the background, and all the study and contribution is too much. So we use this information system to issue all the activities of technical committees, all emailing, all electronic balloting, and all documentation are done by this system. This is integrated with our website. Whenever a standard has been published, it automatically reflects to the CIMIC website for the sale department, and nothing is lost with regards to the project's progress. Projects are could be followed up. The progress of the projects could be followed up, and there is a traceability to see the all stages of the standards preparation. So all secretaries of the technical committees, chairs and members use this platform to reflect their country views as well. As of today, we have 56 standards, and 20 of them are with regards to the halal issues. Of course, we have new projects and projects to be published in the pipeline as well. You should follow CIMIC website with regards to our standards to see the current status of the published standards. And of course, the first three is the core halal standards, we call it. The first three standards established was CIMIC 1 with regards to requirements for halal food. You will see that the CIMIC standards is not apart from the international practices. Technical requirements plus Islamic rules are all integrated in CIMIC standards. So that's the reason CIMIC standards can be used easily by the international trade and also all producers internationally. So we have CIMIC 2, which is the core standard for the rules for halal certification bodies. I'm sure that most of you are aware of it. And 3 for rules for accreditation body. And it continues the product standards, while CIMIC 4 cosmetics, 6 for the service site issues, and 9 for halal tourism. And we have a 17 series with regards to halal supply chain management on transportation. Part 1, Part 2 is warehousing, and Part 3 on retailing. Part 4 is in the pipeline with regards to the ports, not yet published. We have 18 on halal quality management system requirements. It's like ISO 9001, but with regards to the Islamic values added. For gelatin, we have OIC CIMIC 22, 23 on feeding stuffs for halal animals, which can be used in the production of feeds for halal animals. And it continues like this, 24 on halal additives, a good guide for the auditing, where the ingredients are mostly used in the final product. And 33, 34, 35, these are with regards to conformity assessment issued by CCA for requirements for laboratories testing halal products. And we have for laboratory, interlaboratory comparison. With that purpose also we have these 3 standards. And recently, last year, we issued product on halal leather products, the rules for leather with regards to Islamic rules. And also last year, we issued halal pharmaceuticals part 1 with regards to its general requirements. And just also recently, we issued rules for inspection, halal inspection bodies. It's again issued by CCA, Committee on Conformity Assessment. So, I think these are some examples of main drivers of the halal issues. So, halal industry. So, eco-ethical. We say it should be tayyib, hygienic and clean. So it is a main driver in shaping the halal industry. With regards to legal issues, governments are there, is a part of the process. And also with halal issues, you see the growth of Islamic finance. And with the growth in population, you will need more processed food, and that will require for growing population of the Muslims, more halal certified products. And also for regarding technology, as I said, these standards are alive. We don't stop just issuing one standard. If the technology changes, for example, you have to change the standard as well. There will be new technologies and new challenges, of course. So we can consider this as some main drivers of the halal industry. And of course, the market has evolved. It's not the same one which was 20 years ago with these developing technologies and population growth. And also the products has changed. It's not the traditional food that we consume. So the market has evolved as well with regards to the needs of consumers and the industry. So that's the reason we seek to issue new field of technical activities, new field of standard preparation. So that's the reason we issue new standards. Of course, there is one thing we have to identify, the recognition and accreditation. Since we are here today talking about the global recognition of certificates, it's very often that many countries are using recognition systems that they require the products to be in line with their requirements only. But this, of course, it's very obvious that could create technical barriers. So that's the reason we seek the assistance of the accreditation bodies. So differences, recognition and accreditation, you are all aware. One is the requirements of just a national requirements, but the accreditation based on a standard and handled by the national accreditation bodies. So this is what we are looking for to establish a sound accreditation system so that the certificates could be recognized everywhere. Once certified, recognized everywhere. This is the motto. So with that regards, we've been talking about the halal quality infrastructure. The quality infrastructure is, you know, all aspects of standardization, metrology, accreditation, conformity assessment. This is an example of the conventional one. you need standards for each state, and without building a quality infrastructure, your products, your services could not be competitive in international trade. So therefore, for halal, it's the same thing. That was the reason last 10 years we've been working on the establishing a sound mechanism for the recognition of the certificates. So as you see, CIMIC standards, you can project it to these three pillars: standards, certification, and accreditation. We have standards for products, process like OIC CIMIC 1, 2, 3, OIC CIMIC 1, 4, and 9. And we have certification standard, OIC CIMIC 2, and we have standard for accreditation, OIC CIMIC 3. These are the core standards that build this halal conformity assessment structure. So based on this, the committees, the councils, accreditation council and CIMIC committees work on the creation of a definition of a terminology which is OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure, OHAC. So as CIMIC, we try to fulfill all these elements, aspects of this halal quality infrastructure by building OIC CIMIC standards. As you see at the bottom, we have standards for product and services. The second part, conformity assessment standards. And we have finally an accreditation standards. And accreditation standards, I mean the rules for accreditation bodies, it is designed to be used by an entity which will make it possible to recognize all activities of the accreditation bodies. So with that regards, it was decided to create a designated structure, and as the previous speakers explained, there is a new entity established, International Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies, IFAB. This is the designated structure which is put in OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure. So therefore, the producers will make their production according to CIMIC standards. The certification bodies will perform their certification according to OIC CIMIC 2 standard. And halal accreditation bodies will make their activities according to OIC CIMIC 3 standard. But the recognition of the activities, we call it peer assessment, is planned to be organized by this IFHAB. So based on OIC CIMIC standards, IFHAB will perform this peer assessment activity so that all the activities, all the accreditation of certification bodies of OIC member states will be recognized by each other. So this is the ultimate goal that we've been working, and alhamdulillah, inshallah, this with the establishment of this institute under OIC as an affiliated institute, we will reach this goal, we hope. So with this, if we manage to start this important step, we will have a system with traceability, and this will increase the consumer trust on halal products. Mutual recognition, global recognition of certificates will be done, and also we will diminish the technical barriers to trade, hopefully. So if I'm to conclude my words here, we are, as CIMIC, our standards are consensus-based standards established by all member states, all relevant stakeholders, and we are a common platform to put your views together to have standards for all Islamic countries, all OIC countries, and for globally whoever in need. And that it's very important for us that the adoption and implementation of OIC CIMIC standards to be done by our member states, this will help us to reach our goal in terms of global recognition of halal certificates, because certification must be based on the same standards. So this is my final word. Thank you for listening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sayın Zülfikaroğlu'na sunumu için teşekkür ediyorum.
I would like to thank Mr. Zulfikaroğlu for his presentation. Now we are very tight with time. I would like to request our future speakers to comply with the time limits. Now I invite Mr. Hassan Al-Wahabi, the Chief Operating Officer, Saudi Accreditation Center, SAAC. He will be doing his speech online.
establish the rules to harmonize procedures and practices globally based on the international implementation. To see it in a better way, the objectives are to contribute in the implementation of a clear and transparent system of halal products, including product services and processes, provide new opportunities in specific fields, and open up new economic fields. How to see this global halal quality infrastructure? As you can see, the pyramid in the middle of the picture shows you on the bottom, shows you the products. Above it is the conformity assessment bodies, and above it are the accreditation bodies, and on the top is the mutual recognition done by the FHAB. So, from where does the product, or as we call it, the CAPs or the accreditation bodies, they will come from the standards developed by OIC SMIC members. And the FHAB will do the peer evaluation to develop the MRA, as we call it, the mutual recognition programs. And I will share more presentation or more slides on the concept. So the MRA, or the mutual recognition arrangements and peer evaluation. The MRA definition is it's an arrangement among accreditation bodies established by the FHAB, whereby accreditation bodies that have signed the arrangement recognize and accept the conformity assessment results of each accreditation body, and this is done through the peer evaluation. It is something similar to ILAC and IF, MLA, and MRA. The MRA benefits for governments, and this is only a very high level. It will facilitate trading, enhance monitoring efforts, increase their compliance. It will have benefits for businesses, including avoiding the extra cost associated with the repeated conformity assessment activities, such as certification or testing, ease the halal goods to exchange seamlessly, enable market expansion, and for the consumer, confidence in halal goods and services, and access to different affordable, reliable choices of halal products. MRA and peer evaluation process, it will go together. The accreditation body members of FHAB are admitted to the MRA after stringent evaluation of their operations by a peer evaluation team, and the team will evaluate the applicant compliance with both OIC SMIC standards and FHAB guidelines. After that, they will recognize the competence and impartiality of accreditations of conformity assessment bodies by other members of the MRA. This is the infogram, the structure of the FHAB, the General Assembly, and from there is the Executive Committee with the Chair and Vice Chair. And reporting to the Executive Committee Chair, there will be the MRA Committee, Media and Communication Committee, Complaints and Appeals Committee, and Technical Committee. The MRA Committee here will be responsible for the peer evaluation process with the halal accreditation bodies, that they will accredit halal CAPs, and the halal CAPs will certify the organizations, or give the organizations the certificates needed for the products and services, and this will be followed by the halal OIC SMIC standards and schemes. Where are we in the FHAB? We have done a lot, alhamdulillah. As the FHAB Secretariat, we shared the invitation to to all the OIC registered members. And I'm sure most of you have received these invitation, and we have a good response rate until now. The FHAB documents, the SMIC AC and their task force group, they did a lot in preparing documentations, and also we are hoping in the next few months to do the revision and adoption of these documents. FHAB launched the website. It is in Arabic and in English, and very soon in French. And we have put the main information about it, and we will follow up with it and put all the updates within this website. We have a workshop on Thursday, the 26th of October. It will be an online workshop, and it will be an introduction to FHAB with the correspondent members, OIC members. The General Assembly meeting, it will be held in the 1st of November in Mecca, holy city of Mecca, inshallah. And it will be the first General Assembly meeting. It will be with the SMIC Board of Directors and General Assembly meetings. This is a very short presentation on the FHAB and the progress of FHAB. And hopefully we will see you, inshallah, on the 1st of November in the first General Assembly of, inshallah, the FHAB. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sunumu için Sayın Al-Vahabi'ye teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Sojai Aliabadi. He is the Director of Faruk Life Sciences Research Laboratory.
الحمد لله الذي متجلی بجماله المحتجب بجلاله و صلوات علی محمد و آله. We already heard from our distinguished colleagues up to now about the quality infrastructures. I would like to go through this introduction to global halal quality infrastructure, which we have to start with the bad part, which is the halal scandals. The scandals are everywhere, and we see the top of the iceberg. We have seen it in non-Muslim countries. We have seen it in Muslim countries. Sometimes there are just rumors, but sometimes there are a merit for them. Therefore, you will see it in different countries. You will see it recently, the issue which raised in United States. And I would like to explain that, the type of halal control systems around the world up to now, before the, halal quality infrastructure. In some countries, they based on designated sole national halal certifying body. Sometimes they are religious, sometimes they are only technical, and I gave the examples there. And there are others which they try to do the national regulatory, try to go for national recognition or type of accreditation. And there are others who try to come up with the new ideas, which we need a quality infrastructure, both at the national level and also at the international level. If we look at the basics of the conformity assessment, we can see that, whenever there is a product, there is always a standard. If you look at your mobile phone, how you bought it, there is a company who's got these products based on standards. They buy their components and they assemble them, and also they check them. Therefore, there should be a standards and there should be a test to make sure that this product is acceptable. Who is certifying that? It's the producer. This we call it, the first party attestation or declaration by the producer. There is a second type, which it's based on contract. This time the buyer will, do the test and give the, standards, and also make the declaration. Therefore, this we call it the second part. In the first, first party attestation, where we can sell when the brand is acceptable to people. That's the reason that you bought your mobile phones and it is with you, or your laptop. And it could be global, it could be national, it could be very local. The contract normally stays within the border of a country. And then we have a third system, which neither the buyer nor the seller is the certifier. And now we need a certification body or conformity assessment body. And to make sure that this system is valid and we are avoiding the scandals, then we need a sound accreditation. And the accreditation itself needs to go for peer assessment, as our respected previous brother from Saudi Arabia explained. Okay, we already heard about the OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure, which it is based on 21st meeting of SMIC Board of Directors, and that has been established. We also knew now about IFAB and the establishment of it. But what we need also the issue of the metrology. We have to add another aspect, which accreditation, the infrastructure, and also the metrology. This is one of the very old slides, which I still have it in my treasures. And this is the elements of OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure, which I'm not going to go as my previous colleagues explain it. But let us look at this issue. If you look at here, we have a product, okay? We have a product. When we produce something, let us talk about the tangible products, but services also is the same thing. But we have, a product should go through the conformity assessment. And then within the conformity assessment, what we need is, halal conformity assessment bodies, for example. And these are actually three main bodies. It could be halal certification body, it could be halal inspection body, and halal laboratories. And these are working, together to make sure that the products which is coming, it's acceptable. But what we need also, the two systems. We need a governmental system, which it is call it that the regulators in each country, and it's based on the decision of a country. And then we have a quality infrastructure. What we need is, a halal conformity assessment body should go through the, accreditation by a halal national accreditation body. And this halal accreditation body will be peer assessment through the SMIC AC, which it is now. We gave it to a designated organization, which it is IFHAB. We also need the standards. The standards comes from SMIC SMC, Standard Management Council, and also we need NMI. Why we need an NMI, which it is National Metrology Institute? Because the question is that, how we are going to measure something. The measure could be a kilogram, it could be a halal gelatin. Therefore, what we need is entering to an area which we call it halal metrology, which it is actually application of the chemical metrology in the field of halal. And here we have our SMIC MC, Metrology Council, but we also need our regional, OIC regional metrology organization, because we need also to, the same way which we are doing the peer assessment by IFHAB, we need also to make some sort of assessment of halal NMI to know that if they are able to do the test. Therefore, in each country, we need at least one laboratory to know to do the test. And underneath of this system, then we have the private laboratories. Therefore, we have, and they will do two things. We have a metrology reference halal laboratory, and then they have to produce halal CRM and also organize halal PT. Therefore, our laboratory here, they can use and utilize these two tools to show that their method is validated, and also they keep the quality of their analysis. We have also the other side, which it is up to the government of each country to decide that we need a halal regulator. This is optional to countries, which I think is a good idea, and they need also a national reference laboratory for halal, which belongs to this halal regulator. But also they are using these two parts the same way as a private sector is using. If you want to look at more in detail, as I said, that there is a product, there are inspection body, there is a laboratory, there is a conformity certification body, we have the supplier, they have standards, and these two parts are something which now we have it under SMIC umbrella, and here the part which you might need as a regulator. The problems which we have at the moment at the global level is that how we are going to deal with halal. We don't have if you have a new country, they will go and it's very easy. You need a Ministry of Health, you need a Ministry of Agriculture, but how we are going to deal with halal? Do we need a Ministry of Halal? Do we need the organization of halal? Therefore, that is something that we have to think, and for the moment, I just stop here. بلغ الأولى بكماله كشف الدجى بجماله حسنت جميع خصاله صلوا عليه وآله. Thank you.
Sayın Abadi'ye
We would like to thank Mr. Avali for his contribution. The last speaker of this session is Mr. Erdem Başdemirci, Head of Department in Halal Accreditation Agency, HAK. Thank you.
Rahmatullah. I'll try to be as quick and as brief as possible in my presentation before the break for lunch. So basically, the session is sort of allocated for the ideas and opinions of national and international organizations in terms of the need for mutual recognition system for halal certificates. So I'll try to emphasize our perspective as halal accreditation agency and governmental institution, as our chairman this morning emphasized, why we immediately need such a system for the sake of all interested parties in halal ecosystem. So just a brief summary of what we've been all discussing. Well, the market is extremely huge in figures. A halal market we've been talking about, it's not only for processed or unprocessed foods, but also for cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and especially for service providers, including like such as tourism facilities, like catering, etc., those sort of services. But what we see is sort of confusion in the minds of interested parties, again, like consumers, like governmental institutions, certifiers, producers, manufacturers, etc. And we also, I believe, that we need to think on a dual perspective for the dynamics of Muslim and non-Muslim countries. In the former, for Muslim countries, we usually see that national obligations may not be enough for international market integration. So for a producer to enter into a certain export market, most of the time the national regulation is not enough. So that particular producer must also adhere with the rules, halal rules of that particular foreign governmental authority. And for the latter, I mean the non-Muslim countries, in that what we usually observe is that producers and certification bodies, they demand a guiding hand. I mean, there are lots of national authorities issuing authorizations, issuing accreditation status, etc., but from whom to receive that authorization once and for all in order to save time, money, and any other factor. And this is basically my classification. I try to just reduce the number of fundamental problematics into 4, about which I will be talking in brief, a little bit with details. Firstly, I'd like to touch upon the relations with third parties, what certifiers come across and what governmental authorities come across as a problematic, which again is basically addressed as relations with third parties. Well, first, certifiers, here are some examples, and not limited with those, but for example, one may talk about how long will this certificate valid for if we do not have a certain mutual recognition system. I mean, one certification body might ask that, well, how long will it be valid for? Like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, different standards might make it mandatory to have a validation period for certificates in a different time period. This is just one example we may talk about. And another problem is just a good example that to what extent the halal status is publicized, like shall a certification body need to disclose all certified clients or not disclose? There might be a conflict between the national regulations and international standards requirements. This is, again, another example that we usually encounter simply because there is a lack of harmonization in terms of the mutual recognition of halal certificates. And maybe the most important one is another question: what rules are exactly necessary, like for determining the frequency and composition of the controls? Well, for controls, I mean the control mechanisms of certification bodies are utilizing upon manufacturers, producers, etc., like once in a year, twice in a year, like once in 6 months, once in 8 months. Those sort of details need to be unified and harmonized for certification bodies to effectively operate. And well, for governmental authorities such as HAK, Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey, well, it's really difficult to getting to know the history of halal certification. So we might have the question that how did the certificate get issued? And in accordance with that, we, time to time, just find ourselves in a difficult situation to just differentiate the thin line between the unharmonized standards and other sovereign states' practices. And here the question is basically, is it really halal and at the same time in conformance with my own safety criteria? So this is one of the aspects that national authorities usually try to hardly differentiate the conformity with halal and conformity with national safety criteria. We can just multiply those criteria like health, hygiene, etc., and etc. Second one is staff management. I would like to talk about as problematic. Well, for certifiers, the lack of an harmonized system usually creates a confusion and competence criteria, and a certification body might ask, well, how many persons shall I employ, and most importantly, how diverse training requirements. And in relation with that, the main problem might be the emergence of various competence matrices in terms of assignment, performance monitoring, etc. So different requirements for managing staff. So different requirements for managing the resource of a certification body in order to sustain its basic operations. And on the side of governmental authorities, standardization of persons, it turns out to be a really, really difficult procedure simply because different halal requirements, different national requirements make it really difficult to standardize the competence and activities of person. So basically, what we have in the end is competent for one, speaking of an halal auditor or halal expert, might be not competent for another, and in that case, what we have is basically demotivation and inconsistency in practice. Thirdly, and maybe the most difficult one in order to sustain in terms of operations, was basically scheme development. Well, scheme is, I suppose most of you know, especially for those actively involved in halal certification market, is basically the entire system upon which you sort of address and define your criteria, your procedures, etc. for what operating your halal certification activities. Therefore, certifiers, what we usually see the difficulty is in the field of definition of operations, like sampling operations, testing activities, reporting, decision-making, etc. So there are different criteria, different requirements for defining all these particular operations, which is extremely difficult situation for halal certification bodies to handle. And in the end, what we basically have is the difficulty of validating the entire system over and over again. A certification body might have to just validate and maybe just build up from the scratch its system, once for, let's say, Gulf countries, once for, let's say, Asian market, once for Turkish market, etc. So this is basically a huge burden upon certification bodies. And we also have a burden on governmental organizations, such as accreditation agencies. The first one is a sort of like, again, a red thin line for accreditation bodies. And we might, time to time, find ourselves in a difficult situation of deciding on, well, what is my responsibility? Am I here to just, direct the certification body to a place where they can receive accreditation, or am I here to just teach and assist that particular certifier to receive a national and official authorization? And of course, this difficulty basically emerges out of the fact that governmental agencies really get difficult times to trying to accommodate the gaps between unharmonized national rules. So basically the accreditation and authorization by certification bodies usually just received by sweat and tears. And the last one is obviously financial sustainability. I'm sure most of our esteemed participants, those representing certification bodies, have a lot to talk about that particular issue. Well, for certifier, again, hosting people is no easy job. We totally understand this, especially when you are running a business. In the end, just you're making money running a certification body. And in the end, you might just ask the question to yourself that, do I really have the time left for improvement and business development? Just imagine you are a certification body and you have accreditation from, let's say, 5 different governmental authorities. So each one coming to visit you, just let's say 2 times, one for regular surveillances, another one for scope extension, for just expanding your authorization for additional product and service areas. So 5 times 2 makes 10. So you'll be just simply hosting governmental authorities and their assessors 10 times in a year. It basically makes just every month, every single month in a year, you will be hosting some governmental authorities. And again, in the end, I mean, do you really have the time to improve yourself, to just make some really good necessary investments to improve your operational structure? And for governments, I'm just telling you that we also do not appreciate this situation as accreditation bodies. Of course, assessments, just evaluations, they are significant parts of our daily routine, but we would also appreciate a harmonized system in which we would tackle the recurrence of evaluations, because in that time what we would have is basically same records, different government officers making evaluations against different criteria. So in the end, what we believe as a national authority, Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey, is that stemming from our almost just more than 5.5 years of experience on intense accreditation services, well, it is absolutely possible to manage the sources of Muslim community. And again, it is essential to standardize the activities of firms and their certifiers. Again, please just extend our perspective. We're not only talking here about the activities and operations of certification bodies, but also manufacturers and service providers in Muslim community. And in the end, it is, I believe, a dedication to better serve Muslim community. So in spite of the difficulties I've been trying to summarize, like for the last 5 or 6 minutes, we really believe that we can still just push ourselves to achievement in which the Muslim community's benefits are served in terms of halal conformity. And as the topic says, the master key to unlock all these doors is basically a structure in which different and accredited halal certificates are mutually recognized between OIC CIMIC members. And those, when I'm talking about halal certificates, these are issued on the basis of OIC CIMIC criteria. And for that reason, what we have is IFAP, in which all participants, their accredited halal certificates shall be hopefully internationally recognized by all sovereign states without any further formality. So this is basically our perspective and our take as a governmental authority on the urgent and fruitful need of a multilateral mutual recognition structure. Thank you very much for sparing your precious time for listening to me. Thank you.
Sayın Başdemirci'ye sunumu için teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu sunum ile ilk oturumumuzu tamamlamış bulunuyoruz.
We have completed our first session.
Başkanı Sayın Zafer Soylu ile açılış ve ilk oturum konuşmalarımızı plaket takdim merasimi için sahneye davet etmeden önce
I would like to invite Zafer Bey to the stage. After the ceremony, we are going to take a break for prayer and lunch, and we will continue at 2 o'clock with our second session. Thank you very much. Mr. Soylu, to the stage, please.
Aynı zamanda sayın ilk oturum konuşmacılarımıza ve açılış konuşmacılarımıza.
And our speakers of the first session and also plenary speech givers to the stage, please.
Sayın katılımcılar, 10 dakika içerisinde programımıza başlayacağız. Sayın katılımcılarımız, kısa bir aradan sonra tüm konuklarımız
After a short break, once again, we would like to welcome you from the perspective of public and private actors. We will be handling the mutual recognition of Halal certificates. Now we are going to have the second session with the moderation of Erdem Başdemirci. Mr. Başdemirci, to the floor, please.
Second session will be the session in which mostly our representatives or participants are representing halal conformity assessment sectors from various institutions all around the world. Just a general remark, we in general will be thankful if you kindly just limit your presentation, your speech, no longer than 10 or 12 minutes in order to just use the time effectively for the rest of the session. So with those words, I would like to invite our first guest, the Managing Director and President Director of Halal Examination Institute of Indonesian Ulama Council, MUI, as we all call it, as you all must have known before. Muti Arintawati. As we all know, Indonesia is a big player in Asian market with huge population and a huge halal domestic market. And speaking of MUI, we all know that MUI is sort of an institution representing a multifunctional and a multi-layered governmental authority. So it's in that sense, the presentation from our first guest will be really interesting to learn their thoughts and experiences on this issue. So with those words, I would like to invite Muti Arintawati to the floor, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah, wa ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, distinguished participants of this conference, first of all, I would like to thank to HAK that invite me here to represent LPPOM MUI to give our experience about the recognition of halal conformity assessment body. It is very important here that I inform you that I'm not representing the government of Indonesia, because in our government of Indonesia, there are two bodies that has cooperation with SMIC. First is the National Standardization Body and National Accreditation Committee. And the other one is BPJPH, is one agency under the Ministry of Religious Affairs that is now responsible for the halal certification matters. My name is Muti Arintawati. Now I am as the President Director of LPPOM MUI. I work for LPPOM 4, and now I want to share some information first about our organization and about halal certification in Indonesia, and the last one is about our experiences in the accreditation process by International Halal Accreditation Organization. LPPOM MUI is a non-government organization established in 1989 by Indonesian Council of Ulama, or we call it as MUI. Now we have 1,001 auditors in 34 provincial branches, and we own our own accredited lab. And for 34 years, we facilitate the access of Indonesian halal products to both domestic and international markets. And we have the global trust with more than 50,000 clients, including clients from 65 5 countries globally. And we are the first halal audit agency, or LPH. This is the agency that is under BPJPH that doing the audit. And we are the first one appointed by BPJPH. And now, how is about the halal certification in Indonesia? I will also explain in a very brief explanation. I divide in 2 periods. So the first period is between 1989 to 2014. 1989 is the year that LPPOM MUI established. So in this period, halal certification is on voluntary basis, yeah, and it's not mandatory. So any company that want to claim product as halal must have the halal certificate, but it is free. You can just make the choice. And the halal authority is under MUI. So MUI, as representative of Islamic organizations in Indonesia, function as the authority for halal standard establishment, and also responsible for issuing the halal certificate. And then what is the role of LPPOM in that period? LPPOM MUI is the certification body. We are responsible for performing audits, assessments to confirm products compliance with halal standards. And for international recognition, MUI play roles as the Indonesian authority to recognize halal certification bodies from overseas, ensuring the compliance with the MUI halal standard. This is in that period. And then the regulation changed in Indonesia. So this is the second period that I want to explain. So after the establishment of the new regulation in 2014, the halal certification from voluntary basis become mandatory basis. It is based on the law number 33, year 2014, but the implementation started in 2019. Yeah, 5 years after the law was established. And based on that law, government established a new agency. The name is BPJPH in Bahasa, as Halal Certification Authority. So now the authority of halal certification become the authority of BPJPH. So BPJPH acts as the regulator in halal certification that is responsible for issuing halal certificates. So now the issuing certificates is not by MUI, but by BPJPH. Authorized in accreditation of Halal Audit Agency, LPH, based in Indonesia, so this is for local, and also the accreditation for the Halal Certification Agency overseas. But now for the overseas, it is still in process, so if you seek the list of recognized halal certification body or agencies recognized by BPJPH, the list is still not yet available because it's still in the process. And now there are more than 60 LPH that exist in Indonesia, including LPPOM MUI, as I explained before that LPPOM MUI is the first one. And in this era, what is the role of LPPOM? Of course, we are as the local halal audit agency, LPH within Indonesia, but for some reasons, like the need of our clients to penetrate the export market, and there are some certain requirements for the halal certification body, so we still act as a halal certification body, especially in fulfilling export requirements to certain countries. LPPOM MUI had been experiencing assessment by KAN. KAN is our national accreditation committee. And then, of course, we are in the accreditation also by BPJPH. And then for overseas, we are accredited by ESMA and GAC, and now in the process of HAK. Yeah. So based on this experience, next I would like to share our experience, from and also our expectation about the accreditation of halal certification bodies. Yeah, this is our experiences. There are some challenges to go through all the halal accreditation process by many halal accreditation bodies. I think this is same that facing by our friends, other SCBs in many countries. Yeah, the multiple accreditation this is the requirement of different accreditation from different country that will create complexities and overlaps, leading to potential confusion for consumers, businesses, and governments. So this is the side risk of the multiple accreditation. And of course, for the halal certification body, it is time-consuming and costly. Yeah, the frequent accreditation audit. The speaker before explained, if we have 5 kind of accreditation and then we have to face the re-accreditation and then surveillance, etc. So maybe every month we have to receive the audit. Yeah. So this is and including also witness audit are time consuming and resource intensive for HCBs, and potentially affecting operational efficiency and adding significant operational costs. So this is what the pain that is facing by the halal certification bodies. In fact, based on our experience, there are more similarities than differences among standard of accreditation applied by each accreditation body. So this is the fact that we found. Yeah. We can see this is the similarities and differences. Yeah, this is some of accreditation body that already accredited LPPOM MUI. So from here, we can see that each halal accreditation body required similar standard, usually refer to at least 2 ISO, like ISO 17065 and ISO 17021. This is like a backbone of the accreditation. And then with additional requirement. I call it as specific Islamic and halal requirements. For example, like special requirements for the personals. So the personals like auditors or the halal expert must be Muslim. Yeah, this is one of example of the additional requirements. And then Muslim ownership. Yeah, so the halal certification body must be owned by Muslim. This one also like additional requirements. And also there is an additional Islamic work ethic. So this is when we compare, there are some similarities, and actually this is something that is very good. Yeah, it means that to have one standard is very possible, and this one is already put in the SMIC standard, the SMIC 2. Yeah, but we face that there are some differences in halal standard, yeah, that is based on fatwa or maybe also based on the culture. So this is the main differences that we face when we are accredited by halal certification, halal accreditation body. So by knowing these similarities and differences, then we have some expectation, yeah, from our side. Yeah. And this is already answered, I think. It is explained by the previous speakers that now under OIC you have this what we expect, that the forum for halal accreditation bodies. So this is what we expect, that there is a forum for halal accreditation bodies that can do the peer accreditation, and these accredited bodies then can perform the assessment, and then the result of accreditation can be accepted by the whole in global. So it's like a global mutual acceptance. We have one experience. Yeah, we in the first our experience is we were accredited by CAN, our local national accreditation committee. And that one, that time we got already the certificate from CAN. And then there was another requirement It is from our clients that they need also the certificate has to be accredited by UAE because some of Indonesian products rejected by UAE. So we have to follow the accreditation requirements of UAE. But alhamdulillah, that time there were MRA between CAN and ESMA at that time. So the ESMA team didn't have to come to our office to perform the audit, but it can be represented by a CAN team. So this is one of the experience that we got, that this proof that the global mutual acceptance is very important. So we are fully support the agenda of the OIC to have that kind of forum for halal accreditation bodies. And then the next one, for the accreditation, the standard is okay. So I think it is not easy. It is not difficult, yeah, to have the same standard. But still, we have to spare a room for differences of halal standard or fatwa, because in nature we cannot push or force the whole mazhab to have one fatwa. It is a nature in Islam. So there must also be a room for differences of halal standard, especially for fatwa. This is some examples of differences of fatwa. For example, the halal slaughtering requirements. So we can face the one that agree for stunning and non-stunning, and then mechanical slaughtering and non-mechanical slaughtering, etc. And then alcohol content for food, for cosmetics, or for pharmacies. There's also some fatwa. And how about the sharing facility, sharing with non-halal product, non-certified product. It's also, there are some differences of fatwa. And some also halal status on cases, yeah, such as like congenial, the carmine coloring. So they are accepted and non-accepted. Like seafood, there are some different opinions. Snail, like water permeability on cosmetics, etc. So there are still some differences that cannot be unified. We have to admit that it is not possible, yeah, to have really one fatwa. Yeah, so this is why I put here that still there must be a room of differences of halal standard fatwa. So with this condition, we need two things. Yeah, first is and I think this one also already in OIC, yeah, this international forum for regular discussions on varying fatwa. Because fatwa is not static, it is there is always new things that need fatwa. So it is very important to have the international forum, to have the regular discussions. And this platform fosters mutual understanding and aims to minimize differences in interpretation. So it is also important. And it is also very good if like SMIC can also provide a matrix of differences among countries as reference for halal certification bodies. So you already have the halal, SMIC already have some halal standard, like for food, for cosmetics, for, I think you have 4 or 5 standard. But this is the standard that adopted by OIC, by SMIC, but not all countries can follow that. They still have differences. So it is very good if you can collect all the information and make the matrix. So any halal certification body need that information. So you just can go to the SMIC. It is like of supplement of the standard that you already have. For example, like food. So what is the differences that the countries that have that different with your standard? So it's like a supplement that can be accessed easily by the halal certification body as the halal so they can implement if they want to certify product exported to a certain country. Yeah, I have also experience in this note number 2. That some years ago, among the Mabim's country is Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia, and Singapore. Also, they try to make this kind of matrix, yeah, to compare the standard and among the countries. So it's very easy to know what is the differences among the country. Okay, so this is the last one. That's based on that experiences on expectations. So this is our proposal that it is very important to have one halal accreditation standard for all. So we fully agree with this. So it means that we have one standard applied for halal accreditation body, and then one standard applied in the accreditation of halal certification body, and of course mutual acceptance among member countries. So this is as the basic, so every country can accept it. But to accept or to implement in each country, so it seems like still need approval in the member country. So this is our proposal that there is a need of registration in member country. So accredited halal certification body just need to register to each member country by using the global accepted accreditation certificate. So as to register to the country, but still the member country may have additional assessment to have guaranteed that the halal certification body understand and apply the specific halal standards required by the country. So it depends on the country. So maybe they can require the kind of training to make the halal certification body, what kind of the unique halal standard or requirements by the country, or maybe also it can be facilitated by the SMIC maybe, and the assessment can, of course, from our ICB side, it is it can be assessed through document or online assessment. Yeah, so no additional budget, yeah, so we can cut the cost of the accreditation. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I hope our thoughts can be give a good benefit for all of us. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for this precious presentation. And our next guest is Ashraf Al-Tanbuli. He is the CEO of Islamic Chamber of Halal Services. And for those who doesn't know, Islamic Chamber of Halal Services had been established under the auspices of and therefore endorsed by Islamic Chamber for Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, an organ in direct relation with OIC. So in that sense, Mr. Al-Tanbuli shall more or less reflect the vision and strategies of OIC in halal industry. And we all know that Islamic Chamber of Halal Services also being pioneering some technological-based development. So in that sense, we are sort of really eager to hear the opinions of Mr. Al-Tanbuli. If you can hear us, Mr. Al-Tanbuli, so please, the floor is yours. I think your mic is off. Would you mind just checking it?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Okay, all good now.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizer and HAG for this blessed conference. And I pray to Allah to give us all the wisdom to support Muslims everywhere. Thank you for the introduction. We are actually the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, an OIC organ, and the largest representative of private sector in the Muslim world. The ICCIA have 57 Muslim countries represented by their National Chamber of Commerce, in addition to 9 observing countries with a total of 66 members state as observers. Most of the halal products and services around the world are produced and traded by private sector. And for that, the ICCIA established the Islamic Chamber Halal Service Company with the mission to develop the global halal market qualitatively and quantitatively. With operation in the global market and meeting consumer, producers, traders, NGOs, and government officials from various countries, it was very clear that there are 3 main confusion points. The first being the consumer confusion, where consumer is faced with many products and services labeled as halal. Some of them are truly halal, and some of them are unfortunately not. Many of the logos do not carry any reference to the standard, the audit, or the certification body. It's just the word halal. And that creates confusion for consumer to know if this is truly halal or not. The second confusions come from producers and service providers, where they are faced with multiple halal standards. CIMIC and other national standards are very welcomed, but again, there are some frameworks that are provided with some NGOs in different countries and areas. And despite that the fact the official standards are mostly similar, producers are confused choosing a standard and even choosing a certification body to know whether it's accredited or not. And that might later on make a problem. For example, a lot of certification bodies are working without accreditation on a local or in domestic scale, and once the producer tries to export, he is faced with a problem. The third confusion comes from traders that are trying to trade in halal goods and services, and they ask for halal certificate from the producer. A very good initiative, but they don't know how to verify the certificate and even identify some fake certificates that we have seen in the market. Distinguished guests, it's our collective responsibility to work on elevating such confusion. We at the Islamic Chamber Halal work hard towards helping private sector all along the halal journey, starting from awareness, where we organize Islamic Chamber Halal Conference, with the last one being held in Lagos, Nigeria in August, as well as being present in major industry exhibitions such as Anuga in Germany to meet producers and demystify misconceptions and answer questions. Moreover, we provide halal certification all over the world for producers and service providers from different sectors, and provide them with halal certification that carries a QR code which can easily be verified. Now, as I was proudly introduced, we rely on technology for this. Now, to be sure that the audit is performed well, we depend on an online platform that's developed by us, so that the auditor is using a tablet or mobile device to see the checklist that he needs to audit, and for each question answered, the system automatically captures the date, time, and location. And of course, the auditor can make videos, photos, and record audios, verifying and providing evidence of what he is auditing, so that we can verify that the audit was done properly and correctly, and make the decision for decision committee quite easily. Also, the QR code provided on the certificate can be verified through the system to provide the full details, whether this certificate is still valid or not, whether it's within scope or not. Furthermore, we provide I think one of the very few halal certification marks that's actually registered in EU and UK. And again, it carries a QR code enabling consumer in a supermarket to verify the product halal status with a simple mobile phone scan. Now, with that, we don't stop here. We continue our partnership with the producer after certification, where we assist in growing his business through trade missions, exhibition, such as the Mecca Halal Forum held in Mecca on the 23rd to 25th of January 24. And again, technology come to help, as we are operating one of the largest global halal directories, where we list halal certified producer and suppliers by any accredited certification body. We list them and enable buyer and supplier to meet together. There is no a buying only company or supplying only company. Every and each company buy and supply, and they need ingredients to be halal, not only the final product, because ingredients compile the final product. So it's very important to meet, and we facilitate this. Now, from our perspective, as a certification body, I totally agree with my colleague, Ms. Muti, in the requirements for multiple accreditation is very costly and time-consuming, especially with multiple audit needs for various scope. Furthermore, some accreditation bodies impose geographical limitation on operation. That creates a problem for us. Unified standards will definitely require a long journey, but until then, we can have respect or recognition of different standards with modifiers. So there will be only additional requirements by each country if they want to, and these only requirements need to be audited, not the full spectrum of the audit to be audited again. Distinguished guests, it's a big responsibility that everyone working in the halal has agreed to carry. And this responsibility requires cooperation, not competition, and really integration, not alienation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Al-Tambouli from Islamic Chamber of Halal Services. Our next guest is Mr. Asad Sajjad. He is the Managing Director of International Halal Center, and a conformity assessment body who has multiple locations in Emirates, in Pakistan, and when you consider Pakistan, it's again, just like Indonesia, a leading nation, a huge market for halal industry. And Mr. Sajjad will be representing International Halal Center, again, a conformity assessment body, active in the field of halal certification of products. And when you just scroll down the website of International Halal Center, you'll see many different logos of various national accreditation agencies. So in that sense, I suppose Mr. Sajjad will just reflect his experience on getting the difficulty of getting authorization by each of these single national authorities. So Mr. Sajjad, please, floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. No difficulty at all. Easy peasy. Okay, my name is Asad Sajjad, and I'm representing the Halal Development Council, which is the mother organization, and also International Halal Certification, commonly known as IHC. I'm going to be talking today regarding multiple accreditation and trade barrier and development of global halal industry. Sorry for that. Okay, a little bit of introduction. HDC, Halal Development Council, is an NGO, the first organization in the MENA region, started talking about the importance of the development of halal economy, about the multi-trillion-dollar global halal market, which is controlled by non-OIC countries, and the importance of maintaining halal compliance and the importance of the power of halal as a global brand to open doors of the global halal market for the OIC countries. International Halal Certification, or IHC, as is commonly known as, is a premium halal certification body, which is accredited by HAC, alhamdulillah, accredited by GAC, which is the Gulf Accreditation Center, by INAS from Emirates, accredited by PINAC from Pakistan, approved by Ministry of Qatar, Government of Qatar, Government of UAE, Saudi Halal Center of SFDA. SASO, they have their separate approvals by ICRIC, which is under Islamic Chamber of Commerce, by SICOT of Thailand, DST of Philippines, HAC of Sri Lanka, member of World Halal Council and AHAC, Association of Halal Certifiers, and we are working in 20 plus countries right now. Some of the countries where we are working. Objective of both organizations is just one, to facilitate the industry, the trade bodies and the governments by creating awareness regarding importance of maintaining halal compliance and to identify the power of halal as a global brand, as a tool to enhance economic growth in the OIC countries. Ladies and gentlemen, halal is an Islamic value, so it has a direct impact on the whole value chain, how products are produced, processed, packaged, distributed, sold, and consumed. Production and distribution of food, cosmetics, drugs has become international now. You know, these industries are going through new emerging issues which were not known to the Muslim scholars of early times. So for all manufacturers, producers, suppliers, retailers, of these products. They should understand the halal processing requirements, the halal standards, the international laws, the Islamic legitimacy constraints before entering the halal space. This is a general introduction. Everybody has to take it seriously. One of the most frequently used asked questions which I have everywhere I go to meet the new companies, what is the need for halal certification? Very basic, I'm going to quickly go through it. Why do we need halal certification? Halal certification is a Sharia-based quality assurance system that is based on traceability and hygienic practice, which is tayyab. We must not forget tayyab, which is a very important part. That also includes international quality standards like ISO, HACCP, GMP, etc. What is the purpose of halal certification? To eliminate chances of haram contamination in the non-halal certified products, to ensure product is genuinely halal, free from any haram ingredient, to get verification based on religious, scientific, and technical standard. After certification, to inform the consumers with a traceable, trustable halal mark. Very simple definition. What are the chances of haram contamination in non-halal certified products? When I go to Arab countries, kullu halal habibi, everything is halal habibi. So, what are the chances? Because the Muslims predominantly assume that everything is halal, which is not the fact. In today's world, a lot of products are made from pig byproducts, directly from pig in everyday life, food and non-food. And to better understand this, I'm going to give you an example of this research done by this lady, Christine Wendestrama. She's a Christian from Netherlands. She did a research on a pig, what happens after it is slaughtered. And after 3 years research, she wrote this book called Pig 05049, which was the tag number of that pig which was slaughtered. Christina discovered 185 different products were made from one single animal. It was used in 185 different products. So I got her book, I read it, it was mind-boggling. She says, you are a vegetarian, you are a Muslim, you still end up consuming something or the other which is made of pig. Everything is consumed. Skin, bones, meat, internal organs, blood, fat, miscellaneous parts, nothing is left. The whole animal is consumed. I'll just give you a very quick rundown. Why halal certification? Pig skin is used to make beauty and skincare products, face masks, body lotions, hair conditioners. It's used to make gelatin, which is used in sweets, chewing gums, chocolates, energy bars, marshmallows. Gelatin is also used in puddings, jelly, ice creams, chocolate, mousse, cheesecakes, tiramisu, UHT milk, fruit juices, extra calcium yogurt, and also sponges used in surgeries. Pig bones used to make film, paper, inkjet paper, X-ray films, but the important point was the glue, which is used as a binder to make matches, sandpaper, jigsaw puzzle, leather products, the same jigsaw puzzle which our children take in their mouth. Pig fat is used to make soap, toothpaste, washing powder, shampoo, anti-wrinkle cream, cattle feed, floor wax, crayon. My kids take crayon in their mouth. Paint, ink. Pig blood used in chicken feed, fish feed, cigarette filter, and also used as a coloring agent. I'm going quickly because time is short. Pig internal organ used heavily in the pharmaceutical industry. This baby on the bottom is called capsule. Everybody uses capsules. Nobody knows what the capsules are made of, which gelatin capsules are made of. Most of the gelatin is coming from China, and China, we all know what is the favorite animal. I got this book, Halal Index, which is in Malaysian professors. They wrote this after a few years research. It has got a list of all pharmaceutical which we use in everyday life, their generic name, which part of pig, which pharmaceutical, which medicine uses, and their halal alternate. It's like a Bible of pig-based pharmaceutical. Moving on, pig hair used to make L-cysteine, which is bread improving agent, also used in flavoring and seasoning, also used to make paintbrushes, low-fat butter, also toothbrushes. Pig, other item made from pig byproducts, wax, which is used as a coating on toothpicks and dental floss. You know, the wooden toothpicks, they never hurt you. There's a coating on top of it. What is the coating made of? It's used on fruits to give it shine, freshness, long shelf life. Also used in writing pencils to give the lead strength and the color which we use. Bone china, crockery, fertilizer. Also one company in Germany is making heart valve. So this is not to scare you, but just to aware you of the chances of contamination in our everyday life. All what I've told you is on one slide, and other haram which are used to make food and non-food products. Human body, blood, carrion, pig, khamr. This is the reason why we need halal certification, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the subject. What is accreditation? I'll just quickly go through it because people have been talking about it. Accreditation bodies are governing authorities, mostly government-owned, also under agreement with the government, NGOs. It's a formal, independent verification. Conformity assessment body meets established quality standards, impartial, competent to do the conformity assessment of cabs. What is halal accreditation body? A halal accreditation body is an entity. It's been given mandate by the rules and the regulatory authority of that country to make sure accredited halal certification body fulfills requirement of ISO 17065 and to perform certification activities as per standard based on Quran and Sunnah. Simple explanation. Benefits of halal accreditation. It assures your clients that HCB, halal certification body, can be counted on as a competent halal body that complies with best practices to perform halal certification on internationally recognized standards. It flags your CB. It has been approved by independent third-party regulator as a professional halal CB that acts with integrity, impartiality, and accuracy when certifying its clients. Halal accreditation gives credibility to the certification bodies. And this is our practical experience. When we were not accredited, we were just one of the 5,000, 3,000, I don't know how many they are. After accreditation, it has given a lot of credibility. And the positive effects goes down all the way to the end user, the consumer. You know, the CBs work on high standards when they are accredited. The halal CBs pass the high standards they follow to their clients, which are the manufacturers, the producers, and the producers provide quality products to the halal consumers. So it's a complete value chain, effect trickles down. Halal accreditation provides a means of the CB to stand out among their competitors, for sure, and discourage unqualified, non-professional CBs, which could mean a big, decisive business advantage in this increasingly competitive industry. The countries, I think Sister has previously shown this slide, but then I'll just quickly go through it. We are divided into two parts, halal accreditation bodies and halal regulatory bodies, which are non-accredited bodies, but still government-owned. HAC from Turkey, CAC from GCC, INAS and IAC, they're two from UAE, PINAC from Pakistan. These are the accreditation bodies, basically, and the other government bodies which are acting as a regulator offering recognition for their countries. They are not accreditation bodies, but then regulators, government-owned or government-authorized. JAKIM from Malaysia, BPJPH from Indonesia, MUIT from UAE, Halal Center plus SASO plus SFDA from Saudi Arabia. You cannot go with one, you have to have all three if you want to export to Saudi Arabia. ISEG of Egypt, let's not forget the new one. A lot of issues, but then they are there. So if you want to export to Egypt, ISEG. And last but not the least, MOIS of Singapore and SICOT of Thailand. They don't really do their marketing, but they are very strong and very good standards. Central Islamic Committee of Thailand. So to me, the halal industry is like a boat with four corners. Everybody is trying to pull on their side. Which way is the boat gonna go? We have to have one side. We have to move towards one direction. Not the main topic, but important, so I just want to quickly go through it. Can a halal, the non-Muslim accreditation body accredit a halal CB? We have many cases where a Muslim CB from one country calls accreditation body, which is non-Muslim, and Mr. George Fernandez or Sheila or a non-Muslim will try to explain to you what is halal. This is what is happening as of now. What is the criteria for our accreditation body to provide halal accreditation? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made it mandatory upon all of us to consume halal and refrain from haram. Thus, seeking halal is an ibadah for the Muslims, basic principle. But in the light of Sharia, non-Muslims do play an important role regarding halal and haram. There are four basic parts of halal food, the value chain: manufacturing, logistics, consumer, and the certification. The first three parts can only be practical when the certification is done and it's properly certified. That means halal certificate is a proof of halal ingredients, halal manufacturing, and halal logistics. So a non-Muslim has to get verification of the first three parts from a Muslim halal certification body. The rest is open ground for non-Muslims. We can safely say non-Muslims can manufacture halal as per the halal standards. They can supply halal goods after getting certification from a Muslim certification body. They can be a consumer of halal for sure, but non-Muslim cannot certify halal as it involves testimony of Sharia compliance. So the basic rule which we follow, a halal CB shall be owned, managed, and operated by Muslims who believe and follow the basic principles of Islam, and Islamic responsibilities observed in their certification activities. Same rule applies to halal accreditation. Non-Muslim owned accreditation bodies cannot accredit a halal CB. It is not possible for an institution that does not have Islamic foundations to evaluate the teaching of Islam. It's a religious obligation which we have to take very seriously. Like a very pious, respectable, holy non-Muslim cannot be an imam of a masjid or even a prayer. So similarly, non-Muslims cannot accredit halal because this is Sharia compliance involved in that. Disadvantages of multiple halal accreditation. Coming to the topic, using multiple accreditation is a challenge for the development of halal industry. Accreditation is supposed to ensure quality and halal standards. Multiple accreditation create trade barriers. Several reasons. The first one, high cost of multiple accreditations. Not only the fees, but the whole things which will come with it. Different multiple heads becomes very expensive. Small, medium-sized CBs, it's a big deterrent. They don't go for it. They don't have the money to do it. Conflicting standards, overlapping standards and requirements leading to confusion. We have got 4 accreditations. Trust me on that. They are conflicting, overlapping requirement, and that's coming from our experience. Extra time consumes, big administrative burden. One of the brothers said, if you have, every other month, believe you me, it's not every other month. We have somebody coming next month. We started preparing from 3 months ago. And then, so this is a full-time department. Our entire staff and regular staff gets involved. So like 4 or 5 times in a year, we are getting visits, and that's too much. And it diverts, we cannot, because if I'm the boss, I have to concentrate, focus, everything goes well. So when will I take responsibility of the core operations, the quality improvement initiatives? I don't have time because I'm just involved in accreditations. It's a burden on the consumer also because the higher price comes down to the end product. Accreditation into the certification, and certification goes to the producers, product becomes high. Inconsistency. Different accreditation bodies interpret and apply halal standards differently, and we all have heard about this. It creates confusion, for sure. Difficulty in maintaining compliance. Own set of requirements, standards, documentation, procedures, the whole works keeps on changing. It discourages companies from seeking accreditation, entering global market. Increased number of audits, frequent audits, assessments, increasing demands of staff and resource, we have got 3 people, especially on accreditation. They are only busy with accreditation, 1 boss and 2 assistants. Inefficiency. Duplicative assessments, audits by multiple ABs can lead to redundancies and delays in product certification because our entire office is involved. Our certification job is delayed always. Market fragmentation. Induction of multiple accreditation bodies can fragment the global halal market, hindering growth and development as a unified industry. Inequality among producers. Businesses, and this is a fact, good quality halal products, but they are from a country which has got less recognized accreditation bodies. So they face a greater challenge in accessing global market compared to somebody who's coming from a country where, like, USA, where accreditation bodies are very famous. Some more complications, which the sister has previously pointed out, different requirements. One allows stunning, other AB says no stunning. E120 carmine allowed? Not allowed. Istihala of haram ingredients allowed? Not allowed. One CB requires at least 2 Muslim employees with every certified client, without checking ground reality. India, you cannot have one Muslim employee. All know the situation in India. Sri Lanka, big problem. Some CBs are relaxed, ABs are relaxed on this point. Some ABs ask for 3 years halal certificate to be issued to your client. Some says no, do it for 1 year. Some entities make accreditation focus more on ISO, too much on ISO, less on halal, again making a process difficult. So what is the way forward? One harmonized halal accreditation system. Mutual recognition of halal ABs, one accreditation to be accepted by all ABs. There's absolutely no need for halal certification bodies to obtain multiple accreditation from each accreditation body in every importing country of the same product category. Same product category. Certification bodies accredited in one OIC countries should be accepted in all OIC countries to facilitate trade among OIC countries, reduce trade barriers, reduce costs, create jobs, increase exports, develop global halal industry. It will ensure halal products are compliant with Islamic principles and requirements, providing assurance to the Muslim consumers that produce products they align with their religious belief. Yeah, we heard that before. Mutual recognition enhances consumer trust, one halal mark, consistent, avoids confusions, regulatory hurdles, more transparent, predictable regulatory environment. I'm just moving on quickly. One accreditation under OIC SMIC that is accepted globally. SMIC OIC is the only organization which is representing 57 Islamic countries, so there can be no other choice but OIC SMIC. Universally accepted set of standard of halal requirements under the OIC SMIC that contributes to the harmonization of halal standards, not only among the OIC countries, but the entire world, promoting economic cooperation and consumer confidence, reducing trade barriers, and foster the growth of global halal market. Believe me, I'm coming to the end. We need one harmonized halal accreditation to have one central system as we are one ummah. Let's not forget that. We reduce accreditation costs, reduce duplication of time and efforts, accrediting more CBs to certify the entire world's products, discourage non-qualified, non-professional HCBs from doing their work, discourage non-Muslims to enter in Muslim-governed system. Thank you very much. Any questions? Send me a WhatsApp or email. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sajjad, for your detailed perspective on the issue of the need of a multilateral system. Our next guest is the General Manager of TSE Global, and TSE Global is basically an affiliated body of Turkish government National Standardization Institute, TSE, and they are active in various geographical locations for various conformity assessment activities. So in that sense, we are pretty much eager to hear the opinions of Mr. Hüseyin Alper Turedi, again, General Manager of TSE Global. So, sir, please, floor is yours.
Selamünaleyküm. Değerli Hazirun, hepinizi
Distinguished audience, I would like to salute you all. My name is Hüseyin Alper Türedi, Turkish Standards Institute Global Incorporation General Manager, and also Conformity Evaluation Assessment Bodies Association Chairperson, both for my company and on behalf of the institutions, conformity assessment institutions, I will be representing their opinions. First of all, TSE Global Incorporation is working in national and international conformity assessment, and it was established in 2014 as a subsidiary of Turkish Standards Institute. And Turkish Standards Institute is completed by this, and it is serving for the halal sector, and it can be evaluated together with TSE. I was Vice General Secretary for 7-8 years, and for the last 1 year, I have been working as the General Manager. Our institution is dealing with monitoring, certification, and examination, test calibration, or meteorology. We don't have such activities as Global Incorporation. TSE Global Incorporation in the international halal market, based on trust, it is serving in a just manner all kinds of conformity assessment institutions like they do. We would like to be accredited, and in line with the accreditation, we will be considering the consumers' needs, and we are trying to be impartial and trustworthy. In this jargon, in the conformity assessment institution, this is accreditation. As TSE Global, in halal certification activities, we're working on accreditation like the other institutions in Turkey, but as you all know, this sector as a whole is not a sector that you can take care of every challenge once accredited. It's not that mature. And let me talk about the reasons underlying this fact. And previous speakers mentioned about them already. I will be talking about the challenges experienced by conformity assessment institutions in a basic fashion, and I will do my best not to interpret. As TSE Global, our first step our halal accreditation institution. We wanted to get the accreditation, and in 2020, as Global Incorporation, we were accredited, and we provide services with this accreditation. We do have national activities and also international activities, both in Europe and Asia, and in Balkans, in Gulf, in Turkic republics. This is the area of impact of ours. The scope, by considering the sectoral diversity as TSE Global Incorporation, 75% of the consumer products in the market, this is our scope. But of course, the scope of TSE is higher than TSE Global, but together with TSE, we cover most of the products. Tuba Hanım is with us from TSE. In today's conditions, halal perception has changed. And as you all know, it is being discussed in different industries and platforms. First of all, in food sector, food origin products and indirect food origin products. This halal concept comes to our mind. Now, cosmetics, finance, tourism, pharmaceutical, logistics, other sectors. Now, also talking about halal certificates. And lack of consensus is one of the biggest challenges for conformity assessment institutions. Halal perception in Muslim societies, this concept is in life as a reality, and of course in trade, in mutual agreements, in tenders, in contracts, and in similar applications. We have this concept of halal. So it's a system right now, a certification system, and halal perception, which has been developed socially, has affected the accreditation efforts all around the world. This is not only for the national sector, but also the hierarchy development in the other fields of conformity assessment bodies. And diversity of the accreditation and also accreditation bodies number increased. Of course, it didn't change the situation because there are diversities, different geographies, different cultures, different regions. Perceptions are different from one another, especially in the matter of halal. So it is evident that this perception is different in different regions.
This changes in the accreditation process of the standardization in halal industry correspond to June 4, 2022, as declared in the official commercial gazette of Turkey. Halal Accreditation Authority has been granted to Turkish Standardization Institution, TSE. And our company, and in terms of other relative institutions, this is very important on our behalf. This is a positive development which makes us happy because at the end of the day we are like Turkak in other conventional areas are existing, and in this field, in the field of halal market, we will exist even more, which will strengthen our company. So conformity assessment and the companies that do that, we have to state clearly and openly that the documentation for the accreditation process and their impact on our business and our work and the fact that they open our path, they enlarge our path, and therefore we have a huge responsibility. Halal taxation services is in need of common understanding among the Muslim communities. And I will not be judging the religious side of this because it's out of my expertise. But at the end of the day, we know that different sects and different locations and different regions, etc., have to come together in this original target, original purpose that can benefit us all. And the differences between the regions compel us. But we have to decide whether these differences are our, riches, or they are obstacles. Well, we have to discuss that, and the ones who manage us, the ones who govern us, has to make this decision. And
global olarak dünyada da ticaretin sanırım yerel olarak kendimizi genel olarak kandırıyoruz. Ancak bugün
we
bir
have to
zorluk olarak karşımıza çıktığı aşikar.
accept that these differences are not riches but mainly challenges in our day. Apart from that, when we take a look at our country, leaving aside the global part for now, when we do a country assessment, we have to accept that we have had lots of challenges in terms of halal certification, and the number of accreditation authorities is increasing due to our efforts, of course. But again, the companies who offer service without proper authority and their abundance actually and their numbers not declining is kind of frightening. So the fact that we cannot reduce the number of these non-documented accreditation companies is a concern. So these negligences and decision makers are all available in our company, and the fact that they cannot be functioned together actually prevents the environment of fair competition. The fact that a law or a regulation that would support and encourage the proper accreditation companies is something that the state, that the government needs to do for us. Another problem that we are facing today, something that everybody knows and something that we have already discussed, is a challenge that's valid in all disciplines, which is the multilateral recognition. So one client may come up with a question, which is, if I get this document, will this be valid in the X country? The answer actually is simple, yes or no, but we all know that the multilateral recognition is, well, not really valid when we think about it. And the companies have to choose between getting accredited in one country or the other, because getting accreditation in all the countries simply is not realistic. And the failure to agree upon these multilateral accreditations the exporters and importers and their documentations are still unclear, and this actually hinders the commercial activities of the importers and the exporters.
Mevcut belirsizlik
The
hem
current uncertainty
siber riskli piyasada hisse
and
senedi hem de
the
küresel
fact
anlamda
that
hem
it
regional
challenges the
hem
prestige, the reputation of our accreditation, the accreditation that we provide, also challenges and degrades the authority and the reputation of these agencies and institutions, and
anlayışına ters
this is solely contrasting to the perception of halal in our lives and our religion. In terms of the producers, the manufacturers, and the cost that they have to pay, the time cost, the financial costs, the employment cost, etc., due to lack of a universal accreditation. So, the standardization authority, CIMIC, issues some common standards which aim for removing the differences of halal standards in different parts of the world. So, therefore, removing the obstacles in front of international commerce. And of course, CIMIC offers conformity assessment, standardization, and creating a common platform for all of these. This is why we come together, and this is the path that we want to walk upon together. For the publication of all CIMIC standards, the consensus is sought among all the member states. You know it better than I do. But I will still talk about its result. And even though the OECD countries recognize the CIMIC standards, we still see some, well, failures to do so in the implementation, in the practical means, of course. As the CEO of TSE, I think that this is inscrutable. For example, the commercial activities between two member states of OECD, the halal certificate that is received in one CIMIC member state is not being accepted by another country, which is also a member of CIMIC. This is inscrutable, as I say. It is very hard to understand that, but this is a situation that we experience quite often, and this harms the commercial activities, both the buyer and the seller. Within the body of OECD, the global standards that are accepted throughout the member states shall not be neglected in terms of commercial activities, and ironically, these behaviors by the member states, rejecting the halal certificates of other member states, is not halal. Within the scope of our project to increase the multilateral recognition of halal certificates, CIMIC and OEC aims to increase the cooperation between member states and to open the path for further cooperations. Therefore, with the contributions of the relative institutions, we can identify the future and potential barriers, and the relative member states can share the problems that they experience and the standards that they have put forward as a result of these experiences, and we can develop a common application or implementation language. If we accomplish that, we hope that we will have reached the common accreditation, well, let's say perception. As a result, an accredited certification body needs their certificates to be recognized in the international area. This is necessary for the company, and we believe that the necessary action will be taken. Thank you very much for your patience. That's all I have to say.
Speech. Just a kind reminder for the rest of our participants. We would be really thankful if you can just limit your speech and presentation with around like 10 or 12 minutes for us to use the remaining time effectively. And with those words, let me invite next guest, Dr. Said Hayek. Is the quality manager of IFANCA, which is the biggest halal certification conformity assessment body in the United States of America and a leading player in this region. And especially the remark of Dr. Sayed will be interesting to hear from his perspective operating a certification body in a non-Muslim country like United States, in which millions of Muslim people are demanding a halal certificate for their products. So Dr. Hayek, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So today we'll cover the challenges for the halal certification bodies, the halal industry, for the need of a global halal certification system. So just a short introduction about our organization. We are the Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America. We were established in 1982 with a mission of halal certification, halal awareness, and halal education. So definitely as an Islamic organization, we do follow the Islamic laws and Islamic fatwa and Sharia. This is part of our logos that used by the industry. The 5 stars logo was established especially for slaughtering, and it has the 5 stars for no stunning, no for humane or animal welfare, for hand slaughtering, and also halal feed. Again, this is our logo. It is around the crescent M, all our logos around the crescent M, and we say M for mankind. So we are also recognized by Indonesian, by Malaysian, in Singapore as well. And that is where the history of halal was started, in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, moving to, of course, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf area. We also have accreditation from JAC, IAC, INAB, HAC, and PNAC. So we have a long story with accreditation. It's busy all around the year to keep our accreditation. So, introduction to halal, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, يا أيها الناس كلوا مما في الأرض حلالا طيبا ولا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين. It's a call from Allah, the creator of this whole world, for all human beings to consume whatever in the earth. Mimma is a general word, meaning everything in this earth is halal. So halal is an inclusive word. Haram is very, very limited, is an exception. So if I ask you, is this halal or haram? This is what says in the ayah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created everything in this earth for us as halal. So haram is exception. And why we are talking about halal? Because the industry has been run by non-Muslims, where lots of non-halal materials enter to the industry. That's why halal certification became very important. So the haram materials is very limited when it comes to food. Of course, pigs is in the top of it, alcohol, blood, carnivorous animals, and so on. We all know about it. So the complexity of the industry made the halal certification very important. Going 100 years back, the food was produced in the farm. From the farm, it is sold directly to the householders. So there is no chain between the producer and between the consumer. It is very short. Nowadays, one product might have over 40 to 50 ingredients. These are collected throughout the world from 40, 50 different countries to come to one piece of candy, one piece of chocolate, one piece of bakery product. So the industry has become global, has become very complicated. In the 1990s, they introduced the food safety system to the world, and now it become a global system. Because of the complexity of the food system. And now there is a need for a global halal certification system to serve the global industry. So the history of halal starts from the 1970s. Again, because Muslim countries start importing importing meat from non-Muslim countries, so they want the meat to be halal. That is the most important, is the slaughtering. So they start asking about halal slaughtered meat. After 20 years, in the 90s, where other products introduced to halal, like beverages and food products and so on, then other products also like nutritional supplements, then pharmaceuticals enter to the halal world. So this is how halal become more and more important to the world. So nowadays we have too many halal certification bodies. Just in US by itself, there's over 50 or maybe 60 halal certification bodies. In Europe, it is more complicated. I can't count how many halal certification bodies in Europe. Going to China, everyone is halal certification by himself. Lots of fake halal certificates in China. So the halal certification world become very complicated. And who run the halal certification? In most cases, it's Muslim organizations. But also there are non-Muslim organizations making halal certification. There are really halal certification bodies who does the real work, auditing and doing thorough review for the ingredients, for the materials, for the process. But there are, in the other side, halal certification bodies, they just issue the certificate for the money. So that's why we need to have a system that control the halal certification. Going to the halal standards, we also have lots of halal standards. Going from Indonesia to Malaysia to Singapore to Pakistan to Iran to Turkey to United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, everyone has different halal standards, okay? The most common halal standards now, it is the SMIC standards, Indonesian standards, Malaysian, and the United Arab Emirates. Also accreditation bodies. In halal, there are lots of different accreditation bodies. So now we need to reach to the producer who want to make a halal product because they want to sell their product to Muslim countries. The producer facing different messages from certification bodies, from accreditation bodies. They might be certified by 5, 6 different certification bodies because This does not accept that because this is accredited here, is not accredited in there, and so on. So it becomes too complicated for those who are non-Muslims trying to sell to the Muslim world. So the cost of certification become high on the producers, and sometimes they cannot even afford it because the production of halal for them, it is very limited. Some of the producers, they have only one product out of hundreds, make it for the halal market. So it is not worth it for me to deal with 5 different certification bodies. Or maybe 5% of their production is halal. So they might cancel it because of the struggle they're facing with the halal certification bodies. So a global halal system become very, very important. This is where the halal industry is. It's in the gray area. So the industry, they want to receive the halal message and they want to produce halal products, but they are not clear what to follow and how to do the halal products because, again, there is no one system. There are different systems in different countries. Similar thing to the halal certification bodies. They are receiving different messages from different standard authorities or standard holders, from different accreditation bodies, looking at the system from different aspects. Also, there are unclear messages sometimes. This is acceptable, this is not acceptable. For one of the authorities, it's acceptable, for others, it's not acceptable. So the messages are not clear. So that also lots of struggle on the certification bodies, having 5, 6, 7, 8 different accreditation recognition, so it can be accepted in different areas in the world. So this is all add cost on the certification body because every time there's accreditation, there is cost in the certification body. This cost will go again in the industry. Okay, and that will make the halal products also at higher cost compared to regular products. So how we can manage to have one halal system? If we have if the industry is global and there is unclear messages from different places, there are differences in certain areas, especially in alcohol, slaughtering, stunning, and some of the dairy products. Then halal, a global halal system become a need. It is very important. And we as Muslims, we are one ummah, meaning we can come together to one standards. There are lots of similarities. As we said, halal is inclusive, while haram is very limited. So can we bring all these different standards to be harmonized in one standard? So there are lots of efforts made to make one international system, but everyone seems like working by himself. Every authority is working and said, we are the global, we need to bring everyone together. Indonesia started that long time ago. Then Malaysia has done lots of work to bring other authorities together. Of course, SMIC came later in 2011. Then all of a sudden, UE came to the picture and they said, we are the international system. So we need to develop international system. They also seek the ISO. They want to have the halal standards to become an ISO standards. In the end, did not work out. So as Muslims, we all under one umbrella. Is the book of Allah, Quran. We all believe in it, okay? We all follow the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, when it comes to implementation, we have lots of differences. If we go to the halal standards, where they came from, the main sources or the main references to halal, of course, number one, Sharia, which is the Prophet, the Quran, the Prophet, the tradition of the companions, and the Muslim scholars, okay? And of course, the technical part is coming from whether the country regulations, ISO standards, as we see in SMIC, it is referring to ISO standards everywhere, and also food safety standards and the scientific information. So the reference of halal standards is same, whether you are talking about SMIC, you are talking about GSO, you're talking about the Indonesian standards, the reference is same. And we all agree as Muslims that pigs is haram. There is no doubt about that. Alcoholic beverage is haram. Okay, now there are different when it comes to industrial alcohol or khamr alcohol. Some accept it, some will not accept it. Okay, of course we all agree the food must be safe. If it is harmful to human, then it is haram to be consumed. So there's lots of agreements and the differences are very limited. So can we bring all these similarities together and we work in it? Then we can probably get it closer in these, some of the differences. We bring it closer to meet in it. Then whatever differences left, we can understand, yes, this country would accept Ahlul Kitab slaughtering. This country will require only Muslim slaughtering. Okay, so we understand it. That can be clear in one standard. So these are the differences. This country would accept this percent of ethanol, maybe 1%. This country will say, no, it is 0.5%. So these differences can be understood, but the main aspect of halal, it is one. So can we bring it as one standard together and we meet in it? This is the only way probably to develop a global system. If everyone will work in his own and will say, these are the standards, I want you to follow it, okay? This is the right way to make halal products, then we will never agree together. So ISO or food safety, it's always the reference for us. So if we look to the food safety system, in the beginning when they developed it, it was like that in halal. One manufacturing will have 5 different food safety systems, 5 different food safety certification, okay? Now they get the initiatives to develop a global food safety system. That is what we need also in halal. So everyone now has only one food safety certification. And that is what we're looking for, one accreditation, one certification, then one global system. And with that, I can stop here so Mr. Erdem is not upset with me. Thank you very much.
Dr. Hayek, thank you very much for your precious insights about the issue of halal certification and the need for mutual recognition system. And our next guest is again from a non-Muslim country, but actively involved in halal certification market. Dr. Mohammed Khan, he is the CEO of Halal Australia, which is again halal certification body in Australia. And again, in the same sense, his remarks, his perspective is pretty much precious for us to grasp the situation, what's going on in a non-Muslim country, and the need for a mutual recognition system to reach. So Dr. Khan, if you can hear me, you're free to start, and I'll be really appreciated if you can just limit your presentation with 12 or 13 minutes maximum. I suppose Dr. Khan is not amongst us, right? Dr. Khan, can you hear us? No? All right, okay. So, of course, if not, if just a speech touching upon the object, then it's okay.
So, I sent you the presentation. Is it possible for you to share that?
We can hear you, Dr. Khan. You may proceed.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I welcome you all with the traditional greetings of our beloved messenger, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the mercy to the whole world and the humanity and everything therein. Now, I testify there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. While welcoming you all to my presentation today, it is extremely important for us all in the certification industry to at least make dua for the improvement of the situation in Gaza, West Bank and Palestine, which has never been so dire and in such a terrible condition in the history of mankind. It is worse than anything else like it we have ever seen so far. We are witnessing the darkest and sad day for the humanity. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect all our brothers, sisters, family, and especially children, old and young, women, sick, all across Palestine, and alleviate the enormous sufferings of all that are deprived of security, food, electricity, water, shelter, and all other basic needs, and going through the relentless bombardment by the perpetrators. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today this is not the scope of my presentation. However, you know the latest situation better than me. So all I can say that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us, everybody in the world. So ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to congratulate the organizers of the event on raising awareness for multilateral mutual recognition according to YC CIMIC Halal standard. I also appreciate my respected brother, Mr. Erdem Bazdamici, head of the department HAK, and for the contribution from all who have assisted as well as participated in this event for the benefit of the Ummah today. May I also take the opportunity to welcome all our distinguished guests, HAK, Honorable Brother Jafar Salud, the chairman of the HAK, dignitaries and respected members and attendants, both national and international guests, as well as speakers at the event. Thank you so much for participating to talk about and share your thoughts on this very important subject matter so that we move forward with shared value and in the spirit of brotherhood under the leadership of OIC based on the standard and all notable stakeholders around the world subscribe to. Let me share a few words about the subject matter of the event today. My name is Muhammad Khan. I am the CEO of Halal Australia. Now, today the topic of my presentation is the international conference on the global mutual recognition of halal certification. Let me tell you a little bit about the Quranic perspective, unity of halal stakeholders, the divine power. The unity from Quranic perspective, Allah the Almighty commanded, and He hold firm to the rope of Allah all together and do not become divided. Yet in another verse, Surah Al-Imran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and do not be like the ones who become divided and differ. So it clearly states in above mentioned verses that Muslims are ordered to keep their unity and refrain from conflict because unity causes reward and conflict causes torment. So from the unity, regarding the unity from prophetic tradition, that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the help of Allah is with union, Muslims community. When someone separates from them, the Muslim community, shaitan escapes him her as wolf escaped the alone sheep, the sheep which has separated from the fold. The contents of my presentation today is the Halal Australia profile, which I'll finish it in few seconds. The global scenario, certification challenges, issues from Halal Australia perspective, view of Halal Australia on global halal recognition, and suggestions, if I may. The recognition of global halal accreditation authorities for Halal Australia is we have been awarded with the OIC CIMIC standard, the GSO 2055 standard by GSC, UAE by Moyad, and also MUIS, CCOD, HSC, Halal India, IDCP, Sanha, South Africa, IGHC, Sweden, and SHS, Switzerland. Plus, we have been accredited by the Department of Agriculture and numerous countries' certification bodies that require its certification. Now, one thing I must say at this point of time that we have recently experienced some of the challenges in this industry. For example, we have been awarded by the OIC CIMIC. We believe OIC CIMIC is one of the most professionally trained, competent halal certification body, which is HAK. And we have been awarded this recognition, yet we wanted to get the recognition from another country's certification authorities, accreditation authorities, but they wouldn't recognize the ISO 17065 that has been accredited for us by HAK. And we are actually struggling to make them understand that, look, we do not need the ISO 17065 to be awarded by, organization like JASANS, like Joint Accreditation Center, Australia and New Zealand. Rather, it has already been accredited by, according to the HAK as per the OIC standard, as well as GSE. But it is very difficult to convince them, and finally we don't get through. So this is the typical problem that even though they are all government bodies, but they wouldn't recognize each other. That's a very sad thing to do. And HAK is following OIC standard, which governs 57 Muslim countries, and yet their accreditation is not properly respected. Anyway, Halal Australia has been operating since 2004, and which has certified over 130 companies and thousands of products and growing. The global scenario, as that everybody knows, Muslim population worldwide will grow by 35% from 1.6 billion in 2010 to 2.2 billion by 2030. Halal industry is no longer a niche market. The global halal market has grown exponentially. It makes up nearly about 16% of the current halal food trade. Brother, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, thank you. Jazakallah khairan. And the consumers nowadays are much more concerned and always be aware of what they eat, drink, and use. The certification challenges, however, my previous speakers have talked a lot about the challenges. So I just want to touch base few points which may be duplicated in a way. Number one is the halal logo by individual firms. Number two, certification fraud or fake halal. And number three, different halal guidelines. Four, skepticism amongst the halal consumers and manufacturers as a result of that. And obviously, lack of halal regulations and enforcement. So as a result of these, we have confusion by industry team players, increasing production cost and complexity for halal certification bodies, plus broken supply chain management system. So the view of Halal Australia on global halal recognition is the building the trust. The consumers are skeptical whether the halal certification displayed is genuine and reliable. And also, consumers demand for more transparency in the food chain and increasing consumers' confidence of certified product produce consumers' loyalty. Number three, global halal recognition could create complete, reliable, traceable system to facilitate the audit and inspection process. The global halal recognition facilitated an integrated database linked with QR code for reliable halal certified ingredients and suppliers. And one of our speakers have already talked about the QR code system. The international benchmark under this pretext, the global halal recognition based on unified standard to be followed by all related parties in halal certification. Now, three suggestions that I'd like to make, if I may, that we must engage in dialogue with halal policymakers to identify the commonalities and differences among halal standards, and OIC to facilitate all key team players concerned. And we must persevere in this process. We must facilitate this process. And also to discuss the points of difference in halal standards as few speakers already highlighted, and come to an agreement with all and recognize all stakeholders and collaborators. The Islamic scholars also may give useful input, for example, Jeddah Fiqh Academy, to assist to work together to review and update an unified halal standard if required. We must agree to the point of terms of reference or mechanism of collaboration on generally accepted standards such as CIMIC to be followed globally, which allow differences in Islamic school of thought. Training program is also very important to educate all parties on the objectives and stance of the OIC CIMIC on cooperative halal certification activities. And a halal certification body to provide training on the relevant standard to its employees and other parties in the halal certification matter. To summarize my talk, as we have seen some of the areas that may require your input with an opportunity for improvement. So let me briefly restate these main points. The best way to achieve harmony in the global certification industry is to have OIC CIMIC standard. And also, however, if that is not possible at this stage, may we urge and let's agree on the common points extracted from various well-known standards such as GSO, SASO, CIMIC, UAE, JAKIM, BPJH, and Pakistan. So let's put our hands together on the developments of a concise by taking main points from the standards and fine-tune the important areas based on global standards, which is OIC CIMIC standard. Let us collaborate to accept the certificate issued by the certification bodies recognized by any of the above accreditation bodies. Finally, we do recognize that we have great challenges, but also great opportunities. And with your help in this space, by keeping the theme of the event, we'll meet them and make this next year is the best year in our history. Once again, please keep making dua for the helpless brothers, sisters, and children in Gaza and other areas. Thank you so much for giving me time. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. You're a great addition to entire halal industry. You are the pioneers, you are the patrons in this, the mentors. MashaAllah, I'm very happy to see you all. Please make dua for us. It is midnight in Australia, but we still love to be with you for the rest of the session. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan, for sparing your time in late evening in Australia, Sydney, and sharing your opinions. Just a quick announcement. We have just decided to proceed without giving any coffee break to the next session. So there will be, right after this second session ends, we will begin hopefully the third session. But you're always just free to take a cup of coffee or tea whenever you need it. Saygıdeğer katılımcılarımız, üçüncü oturumdan evvel bir 15 dakikalık kahve arası öngörülüyordu ama bunu vermeyip direkt devam edeceğiz. Zaten dışarıda şu an servis veriliyor. Çay kahve alabilirsiniz arzu ettiğiniz zaman. Şimdiki konuğumuz İstanbul Gıda Kontrol Laboratuvar Müdürü Sayın Doktor Yunus.
Our next guest is Mr. Yunus Bayrak, the director of Istanbul Food Control Laboratory. He is an esteemed professor. He knows about the food assessment and the laboratory processes, which has a key role in the certification bodies. The floor is yours, Mr. Director. I would like to salute you with the name of God. Well, I will talk about the importance of laboratories in the food control and food control in halal certifications. Before starting on my presentation, I will say a few words. Well, I see tiredness on your faces. I see your patience. I appreciate that. There are a lot of people in the coffee break, so I will not tire you much. And the topic is much more technical compared to the presentation so far. I will make the most of the time I was granted to. Food assessment is done in our country by provincial directorates, and the laboratory activities are managed by the branch offices of Ministry of Agriculture. So different directorates are doing the laboratory analysis and the food assessment. We have 40 food assessment laboratories. They are the public ones, by the way. We have 103 private laboratories, food assessment laboratories. The difference between these two is one is 41 laboratories are public bodies and 103 are private bodies that are receiving their authority from public offices, of course. They do the analysis for different products, food to textile, and they offer assessment analysis as well. They do sampling and they do necessary measurements and analysis. In regional means, the food assessment laboratories do exist in all regions of Turkey. I think Turkey has 7 main regions, you know, they are represented in different colors. We have at least 3 regional laboratories in each region, and in the other regions we have more than 3. In Ankara we have a lot of laboratories in addition to the ministries. We have 505 different analyses, and they change, of course. They are not available in all the laboratories. The capabilities of the laboratories are changing from province to province. The laboratories conduct their activities in accordance with the regulation and the legislation. In these branch directorates that are responsible for the activity of the laboratories, they are responsible for the physical analysis, the chemical analysis, the mineral analysis, the preservative analysis, etc. So I'm skipping these parts. Food control labs, especially in the big cities, Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir, and Bursa, they have a very strong infrastructure, they have strong equipment. And in CSMS, GCMSMS, and LCMSMS, or Orbitrap LCMS, UPLC, real-time PCR, ELISA, etc. These kind of tests, the origin analysis, are done by NMR devices in these laboratories in these 4 provinces, the biggest 4 cities of Turkey. And the hesitations about the capabilities and the competences of these laboratories are normally questioned a lot. Therefore, I wanted to say this. So these new analyses are made by many laboratories in Turkey. And the new analyses are added to the existing ones day by day. If there is a fake or cheating productions, we do develop new methods, the new analysis, new types of analysis that needs to be developed by these laboratories, and especially in the problematic areas are stated or notified to the laboratories so that they can develop new tests and analysis. This is how the system works. The laboratories, apart from routine food assessments, also conduct the countrywide and region-wide assessments. They do their own individual projects, and also the institutions and universities are being cooperated by these laboratories. The legislation that concerns the laboratory activities in Turkey dates back to 1930s. The latest legislation was made in 2010. The veterinary services and the law on feed and agricultural products. The Turkish Food Codex and our vertical and horizontal legislations are available. In the horizontal legislation include the microbiological, the regulations on microbiotics, let's say, the chemical material, regulation on chemical materials, and so on. In the vertical legislation, we have the let's say fermented dairy products notifications, the residues of pesticides, and similar residue detection analysis are performed by these laboratories. So the ministerial part and the Halal certification part of this business are conducted hand in hand. And in terms of the analysis and the other studies that are conducted by the laboratories are taking into the horizontal and the vertical legislations into account. So let's start the main topic. When we take a look at CIMIC standards, we see that in general they are attributing importance that the raw materials need to come from animal resources, and the preservatives and additives and colorants or any other materials or substances that have a contact with the tangible food product should be in compliance with these standards. In CIMIC standard number 2, it says that sampling in the food production areas and the statistical measurements and analysis should be made in these samples should be made. It says in incremental sampling is being performed, and this represents the integrity, the whole of the product. This is how they do it, and this is how we do it. The samples need to be complete. The labeling must be made accordingly, and the analysis are to be made or conducted by the laboratories, and the samples to be transmitted to the laboratories in time. This is what CIMIC standard number 2 requires. And also ISO 17025 requirements should be made, and the laboratories have this ISO certificate. This is an accreditation certificate example that you see on the screen. We have no problem about that in our country. We have 40 public laboratories and 103 private laboratories, 90 of which are accredited by the Turkish Accreditation Agency. And in the private and public industries, the other laboratories enter into this area of activity, this area of profession. And as the the provincial directorate of laboratory practices in Istanbul, we attribute importance to be a part of it. It is very valuable to us, and we believe that we play our role efficiently, and we believe that we set an example for the other laboratories. So if a if the laboratory is accredited in ISO 17025, the laboratory can be accredited by CIMIC as well. We have both accreditations, How much time do I have, by the way? Shall I move fast? Okay, all right, I will skip these parts. About halal certification, the analysis that will shed light upon these bodies are grouped in 14 articles, but I will skip them because I was planning to talk about them one by one. In general, the halal certification and the food assessment laboratories, the animal origin, the speciation identification analysis are made, and histological analysis are made. The plant origin and speciation analysis, the additives, preservatives, and colorants, and heavy metals, and pesticides, and toxicides, and pesticides, and herbicides, and the residue analysis, and the migration analysis, microbiological analysis are done in a wide range of, analysis. As a result, the food control of food assessment laboratories and sending your samples to these laboratories result in objective and tangible analysis result with high quality contribution to your production, and halal and legal raw materials to be used in your food production processes is granted with our laboratories, and by working with with an accredited laboratory like us, you will build trust with your client, and you will increase your this will increase your reputation, and this will also provide sustainability and consistency for your production, which will mean that your production quality will stay in the same level permanently. In food assessment laboratories, you can make external assessments, external auditing. This contributes to that as well, and by sending your samples to an accredited internal and independent food assessment laboratory, you will also have an external control on your processes. This will contribute to the country-wide controls and, in general, your overall food safety. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope this conference will be fruitful for all. We thank Mr. Yunus Bayrak for his presentation. Now we skip to the Vice President of Türk Club Board of Directors, Miss Neşe Güneş.
Evet, Türk Lab Yönetim Kurulu Başkan Yardımcısı olarak bugün Türk Lab'ı temsilen buradayım. Öncelikle sizlere hoş geldiniz diyorum. Bugün sunumumu farklı bir paydaş...
Thank you for being here today. My presentation will have a different dimension to you.
We are an NGO which brings together the associations, and we are defending the rights of our members, and we do have projects to support the sector. I do have some key points that I would like to underline. We were established in 2004. This is going to be our 20th anniversary next year. Right now, We are the member of European Laboratories Federation. This federation was also established 20 years ago, and now we are working actively in the structure, and we do have representatives in the executive board. Why am I saying that? In abroad, about halal food or halal certification, when there is an article published and when they ask for an opinion, it's going to come to us through Eurolab. So they will ask for our opinion as well. So we will be contributing to the development of the sector from this way as well. We do have 55 members. We do have committees. They work actively.
Aynı zamanda UDLER'in üyesiyiz.
We are the member of UDLER.
Başkan az önce konuşmasını yaptı.
The CEO
Evet, Eurolab'dan bahsetti.
gave his
Eğitim
speech.
faaliyetleri bir akademimiz
We
var.
do have an academy
Özellikle akreditasyon alanındaki standartlar
for training, and this is about the standards, especially in the field of accreditation. We organize trainings. It attracts attention, and the success rate of the training is 4.65. I can say that proudly. When you enter into our website, you can see our activity reports of our association, e-bulletins, our publications. You can find them. Today's presentations have been very, very useful. Thank you very much for these valuable presentations. As I stated earlier, I'm here as a representative of the institutions. We do have Halal Accreditation Institution, and in standardization, CIMIC has some activities. Many activities were mentioned, and TSE's publications about the standards. Metrology is a sine qua non of these systems, and then us. There are 2,000 institutions about the conformity assessment, and 155 of them are our members.
Evet, akreditasyon, daha doğrusu helal belgelendirme ile ilgili
As for the halal certification process, the application is made, documents are examined, audit plan is prepared, audit is conducted, if need be taking samples, testing of samples, evaluating samples, review of reports and verifying them and publishing the document, and then the documents are reviewed on certain intervals. When we say certification, here we are talking about 3 different types of certification documentation. It is product certification. The certifications given, halal certification, it is under product certification, and it has product, service, and process certification, personnel certification, and management systems certification. There is also test and calibration under conformity assessment. When we say calibration, it is a subtitle of metrology, and then examination. Conformity assessment is conducted with this scope, and I want to tell you that we do have members in all the fields. Activities of field of those 155 member companies, for example, we do have 20 members about calibration. I would like to talk about consultancy board, advisory board activities. We are in the advisory council of 3 public institutions that you see on the screen. We do have different representatives. HAK, UME, National Meteorology Institute and Turkish Accreditation Institution. We do have active participation in the activities of these advisory boards, and we always express our opinions if need be, and our existence is felt. I just wanted to underline this fact. We can only develop by this way.
Web sitesinden aldım bunu.
I
Şu anda
took this from
isteyenler
our
o
website.
haktan akredite olan laboratuvar alanında 8 tane kuruluşumuz
There are
bulunmakta.
8 laboratories that are member.
Ben biraz laboratuvar kısmından gideceğim.
I will be focusing on the laboratory part because it is the purpose of establishment of our association, the experiment and calibration laboratories, and then the other areas of conformity assessment was added.
En çok üzerinde durmak istediğim slayta geldim.
This is a slide that I want to talk a lot. You have seen that 17,065 product certification, process certification. This is for those institutions. It is international. It is an international standard, and as for the halal, they are being handled within this framework of 17,065.
Bugünkü konumuz olan
The most critical issue, the recognition,
ya da hangi belge geçerlidir,
or which document is valid and which document is not, in order to get rid of these challenges. The most critical part is in accreditation, certification, and conformity assessment, what the program is.
birkaç sunucumuz ya da sunum yapan katılımcımız programdan
Some of our participants mentioned about the program.
Ben burada İSEDAK'ın koordinasyon ofisinin bir takım
ISEDAC's coordination office has some responsibilities and tasks.
yaklaşık 10 tane farklı çalışmaları var.
They do have 10 responsibilities. Among them,
Özellikle programlarla
3
ilgili
of them are about programs.
onların altını çizmek istedim.
I just wanted to remind you that.
Evet, program kısmı çok kritik.
Program part is the most critical part.
Etkin olarak
For an accreditation system to be implemented in an effective manner, effective programs are of great importance, and it's going to increase the efficiency of the accreditation. It will speed up the process of acceptance, and after this meeting, maybe the programs can be reviewed. This is my suggestion. $17,067 standard, especially about the conformity assessment for the product certification. It explains how to prepare the programs. It's a guideline. It is a valuable standard, and if we apply it in its due, then we won't need multiple accreditations. What matters here is the acceptability of the programs. If the program is accepted, then by the parties, then it will provide the unity. This standard should be reviewed. This is my recommendation, and you will understand better what I mean. A program, what does it consist of? In Halal certification, when we say certification program, apart from CIMIC 1, 2, 3, is there anything else?
Yok, hani akreditasyonla ilgili kapsamı anlatan
About the accreditation, explaining the scope, the qualities of the auditor,
logonun nasıl kullanılacağını
how the logo is going to be used.
ayrı dokümanımız ya da
Do we have a separate document?
bundan önce incelemiştim de bir şey var mı? Yazılmış bir doküman.
Is there any document about that? 2 and 3.
Evet. Yani onlar da zaten bir nevi program.
They are kind of programs.
Dediğiniz
Each has a different purpose. One is about the operation of accreditation authority. The other one gives the general rules, and the other is explaining the qualities of the personnel. Most important indicator of the existence of an accreditation is the program and the quality of the program. When we have a look at our members, we are accredited by HAK. TSE is our member, and they're accredited in this field. The laboratories lie in the heart of the trade world of the future, and we need to conduct measurement and evaluation in order to create future. Thank you very much.
Sunumu için Sayın Neşe Güneş Hanımefendi'ye çok
Thank you
teşekkür
very
ediyorum.
much for your presentation.
Sırada CTR belgelendirmeden personel belgelendirme müdürü Oğuzhan
Now,
Altuğ
Oğuzhan Altuğ Kılıç,
Sayın Kılıç başlamadan önce bir sağlık
Personnel
altına kaldığını ve hep
Documentation
olduğunu hatırlatarak tüm
Director
konuşmacılarımızdan
from CTR. We do have less than an hour. Please give short speeches.
Sayın Başbakanım, platform ortamında biraz eksiğiz. O yüzden mümkün olduğunca aktif ilerlemeye çalışacağım ben de. Hem özel kurum belgelendirme alanında hem personel belgelendirme alanında beraber çalışmış bulunan olan CTR belgelendirme konuşuyor.
I'm here as a representative of CTR. Biraz yükseltebilir misin sesini? For the Halal Accreditation Institution, HAK, and the organizers for this conference. I have worked in different positions, and I am excited about this step. And we're an actor in the process, active actor. And for personnel accreditation, we were accredited, so it is an important building blocks of an important architectural art. It is developing day by day on my behalf, on my country, and for the Islamic world. I'm proud of that. So I would like to congratulate and present my gratitudes who contributed to this system. Standard, they're of great importance, and no matter how well you drive the framework, it starts with human. Therefore, personnel certification system is very valuable, and I'm sure that it's going to take an important place in Halal certification. This is just the beginning of the system, and let me give you some fundamental information in that regard. Personnel certification document. These are the general requirements of certification. OIC SMIC 34 standard, ISO 17124 for the personnel certification, and it's an experience standard in its structure. And how do they work and why are they important? Let me give you some examples. In our scope from Halal Accreditation Institution, we do have personal accreditation, halal food auditor, halal food technical expert. This technical expert, the sound is on and off, so the interpreters are doing their best. Each certification program has prerequisites to apply, and they can be involved in the process only after submitting those documents, graduation from the related field, or 4 years of experience, and they need to get trainings about halal food, and they need to present those documents. At the application stage, we examine those documents and we verify them. This is the most important stages of personnel certification. Then, if the documents are verified, we pass to the second stage. The second stage is evaluation process. Halal Food Technical Expert Evaluation Program prerequisites some qualities. They should know about the food legislation, for example. We give some evaluation methods in order to understand that, and we set up measurement and evaluation assessment councils, and we come up with an expert group, and we shape our evaluation process accordingly. And those that will take part in the evaluation process, they're also clearly identified. The candidates are shaped by the committees, and they are being assessed by making use of assessment methods. Exam is one of the assessment methods. The candidate completes the exam and then decision process. Apart from the exam, their success level is handled again. The candidate is successful after the exam and then evaluated again. Then he gets the certification for halal food technical personnel. And a third party verifies the system. Within a standard system, they're matching qualities with the requirements, with the position, the exam, the personnel of evaluation system. We take them under guarantee. I try to give you a sound example. There are many rules, many principles. Thanks to this halal food certification, personal certification document, then if you have this document, it means that you do have the necessary qualifications in that specific field. This is very important for all the relevant parties and those who would like to consume halal food. It's very important. Thank you very much for listening. My deep respects to you all.
Sayın Kılıç'a kıymetli katkıları.
We submit our thanks to Mr. Klitsch for his valuable contribution. Now again, I thank to Mr. Başdemirci for his moderation and all our speakers for their speeches. And I now invite all our speakers to the stage for their certifications of appreciation.
Sayın katılımcılar, helal belgelerin karşılıklı tanınması konusunda ticaret aktörleri perspektifini ele alacağımız
Esteemed participants, now we start the third session of our conference, and this session will be the perspectives of trade actors. Now I invite Mr. Cahit Ceren to make a speech about the SME policies and industry management. Distinguished chairman of that accreditation body and distinguished audience, I respect you. I salute you with respect and affection. Before I start my words, I would like to convey the the salutation of our manager. My name is Cahit Ceren. I am representing today the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges of Turkey. Now, I am representing our institution, TOP. Today, I will be discussing the Halal certifications, multilateral recognition, and in this third session, from the perspective of trade actors, I'm very happy to address to you. Today, we will be listening the Halal certification and their relationship with the trade actors. As the TOBB, the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges of Turkey, we are in close relationship with HAK, and together with them we develop policies, and in terms of halal standards and halal accreditation, we are increasing the awareness of Turkish private industry. In this context, I would like to thank Halal Accreditation Agency, the President, Mr. Zafer Soylu, for organizing such a nice event in terms of my own person and in terms of my institution, the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges of Turkey. Dear is distinguished, before starting my presentation, I would like to touch upon the issue that the audience that are here today, the foreign guests especially, they require some information about TOP. TOP is the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges of Turkey, and we are occupied with many issues that surround Turkey, especially the supply chain and any issues in regard to that. In pandemic, we had a breakage in the supply chain, and it is very important in Turkey because in Turkey we have 3.5 million businesses and enterprises, and 99.8% of these 3.5 million enterprises are SMEs, are small and medium enterprises. So, they turn the gears of Turkish economy, and the SMEs produce, they export, and they make the products available to consumers. They are very important in Turkey, and TOP, the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges of Turkey, is located in the center of this business model. We bring together 2 million enterprises, small and medium enterprises, as our members, and all the enterprises that have so far talked or will be talking in this association is our members, and I would like to say that TOP is the umbrella institution of the private sector in Turkey and the voice of 2 million small and medium enterprises in Turkey. So, dear and distinguished audience, Halal accreditation concept has been introduced to Turkey like 8 or 10 years ago. Before that, we did not care much about it. Halal certification was like a gift along with other certifications, and nobody cared much about it, and even non-halal products were carrying halal labels. And this was not very different in other Muslim locations. This was mainly due to a lack of a common standard and a common language in the commodity market. And it was time to create a common accreditation system. And therefore, we established the Halal Accreditation Agency, and it started its activities, and today it is able to provide services not in this field only in Turkey, but also in the world. But of course, in our current status, I sadly see that as the world of Muslims, we are unable to create a common language in the world of Muslims. And the standards that are different from each other, the accreditation or certification or assessment authorities and bodies that create these services are not in communication. This causes problems, for example, as we are exporting halal products to other Muslim countries. Our halal certificates are not enough, and we have to go through different inspection mechanisms. This is not only affecting badly the enterprises in Turkey, but also the non-Turkish enterprises who wish to export to Turkey. This causes confusion, and in consumers it causes confusion as well about which halal label is really halal and which halal certification is trustable. At this point, a trustable halal accreditation mechanism is becoming the biggest need. And creating a trustable halal accreditation mechanism in Turkey requires, of course, a huge economy and a robust quality infrastructure, well, both of which are available in Turkey. I have talked about the role of SMEs in Turkish economy, but of course we have a quality infrastructure in Turkey which is very strong and robust. All these indicators show us that Turkey is able to create an accreditation mechanism that takes all of these into account, and the studies that started here resulted in the foundation of the Halal Accreditation Agency, and it has established it has expanded its activities to 11 countries, including labs, and they are doing a great job, and they do review each and every application meticulously, and they constitute a very hard-working institution to create a common and universal halal accreditation mechanism. What I would like to say here is that as Turkish private sector, we are burdened and we are slowed down by the additional responsibilities and additional duties that we need to upper hand in other countries, and we deeply need a universal halal accreditation. The staff management and legal infrastructure, the technological infrastructure of HAK, the Halal Accreditation Council or Commission perhaps, is very suitable for that. In order to make it expanded to the Islamic geography first, and then to the whole world, we need to cooperate and we need a deeper cooperation. I believe that Turkey will lead the other Muslim countries into cooperating and establishing a common, a universal and international halal accreditation mechanism. All the enterprises should put their hands on it and work together to create an accreditation, a common language, and the common grounds. And I conclude my words by wishing that this conference will be fruitful for the future cooperations. I salute you with respect and affection. We like to thank Mr. Ceren for his contribution. Now we salute Ms. Elif Yücel, Secretary General in the Union of Dairy, Beef, Food and Industrialists and Producers of Turkey, SETBİR. Distinguished audience, esteemed Chairman, I am Elif Yücel, Secretary General in the Union of Dairy, Beef, Food, Industrialists and Producers of Turkey, SETBİR. SETBİR was founded in 1976 in order to improve the dairy and affiliated industries. SETBİR is an umbrella institution for the sector, and our common goal is to create public awareness in combating our problems and to create a common ground for the actors in our industry to promote communication as well. The raw material problem, the food safety, and unregistered productions are our priorities. SETBİR members are representing the dairy industry in Turkey, and they are active in the national and international markets. SETBİR is also a member in the Board of Councillors in Turkey. I would like to talk about the dairy industry in Turkey very briefly. Our turnover is more than 50 billion Turkish lira per year, and we create the dairy raw material into dairy products, milk and milk products. Turkey is the third biggest dairy producer in Europe. And we have more than 2,400 milk processing facility, and we have more than 10,000 milk collection facility in Turkey. And Turkey is exporting milk and dairy products to more than 100 countries in all continents of the world. 92% of the milk comes from the cow milk in Turkey. The rest is coming from goats and sheep. And in 2022, Turkey has produced 1.5 million tons of milk. And 200,000 tons of which was exported. That corresponds to $573 million. The dairy products export is 11,000 tons, which corresponds to $53 million. We do have intense commercial relationships with Turkic republics and Russia and People's Republic of China. And the PRC market was opened in 2020, and it has become one of the biggest importers from Turkey. In 2022, our red meat production was 2.9 million tons, and we are doing 2.1% of the whole red meat production in the world. When we take a look at the external trade numbers, we see that in 2022 we have exported $34 million worth of red meat, and in 2022 we have in total made $51 billion of export in Middle Eastern countries, some Asian countries, and some Arabic countries in Northern Africa. CIMIC standards, or GSO standards, and other standards are available in the market for halal certification. In Turkey, the enterprises need to acquire a halal certification from the country that they want to export to, and Halal Accreditation Agency is accrediting enterprises according to CIMIC requirements, and many countries recognize these accreditations, but non-members of CIMIC, the non-member countries of CIMIC, do not recognize these accreditations. The exports to the countries that are not members to CIMIC have many problems in export, and the enterprises in Turkey need to go to that country and receive a halal certificate from that country, and they need to be accredited in our country as well. For the regulation of this, we know that Halal Accreditation Agency is working tirelessly, and we believe that this project is very important, and halal certifications and Islamic countries standardization and metrology mechanism is very important here. Therefore, we believe that HAK will contribute to this process. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. We thank Ms. Yücel for her contribution. Now I give you Mr. İzzet Dündar from Middle East and Gulf Business Council's Director for an Economic Relations Board, DEIK. Distinguished participants, dear audience, we are here in the International Conference on Global Recognition and of Halal Certificates. I'm very happy to be a part of it. I salute you on my own person's behalf and on behalf of my agency, DEIK. So I will briefly introduce you DEIK, the Foreign Economic Relations Board. My name is İzzet Dündar. I am the director for Middle East and Gulf Business Councils, and DEIK was founded in parallel to the growth by export like 30 years ago, and DEIK can be defined as the window of Turkey that opens to the outer world. We have more than 150 business councils, the first of which is Turkish American Business Council. Japan and Germany follow that, and in total we cooperate, or we have established 144 business councils in different countries. The topics vary between, well, the education, technical, digital technologies perhaps, and the communications, etc. So the business council means that the business persons in two countries come together. So let's say Turkey, Saudi Arabia Business Council. When we say that, we understand that the business people from Turkey and from Saudi Arabia come together, and they create cooperation in terms of export and import, and the numbers may change of these business people. There can be 100 business people, 150 to 100, etc. There is an executive board. The members are around 20, 21, and all these members are from private sector, and these business councils have two pillars, by the way. It's just like the Turkish-Saudi Arabia Business Council consists of Turkish and Saudi Arabian business people, and in Saudi Arabia there is another business council between Turkey and Saudi Arabia that consists of, again, the business people from Turkey and from Saudi Arabia. So we have bilateral, we have two pillars that these business councils are working on. This is our main structure. This is how we operate, and we conduct all our activities through these business councils, and we do commercial diplomacy.
Mutual investments and enhancement of trade activities. We do that with the round table meetings, B2B meetings. Last week, for example, 54 African countries, their presidents, ministers, and also with the participation of our president, we organized 4th Africa World Economy Summit. As STAKE, we are an NGO, and of course we work with the Ministry of Commerce, and we work with all the public institutions that are related to the trade, and we do have councils for coordination and betterments, and in tax council we are represented, and we also try to contribute to the policy-making process. As for the Halal certification and its importance in terms of foreign trade, is Turkey in 2002, $36 billion was our export number. Right now it is $250 billion. More than 4,000 products are exported to more than 200 countries. Our export market, because of the customs union, our market for export is European countries. Now it was Europe mostly 50%. Now it decreased down to 40%. For the Middle East and Northern Africa in 2002 it was 15%. Today it increased up to 25%. When we say Middle East and Northern Africa, they are Muslim countries and they are CIMIC members. So Halal certificate is becoming more and more important each and every year. And Halal certification matter was discussed firstly in financial markets. It looks better because they have taken long strides. The markets have such an advantage that their products are homogeneous. Stocks or bond, when we say so, each country understands the same concept, so it was easier in that field, and it was easier to catch the international standards. I hope we will see that for the other products and services. Halal certification matter. It was brought to agenda as the consumer. We wanted to supply products, halal products, which were manufactured with halal methods, but it has gained more importance for the foreign trade as well lately. In our country, for example, we check whether that product is halal or not before buying a product, and the consumers consume halal products trusting on the halal certificates on the products, and other countries should trust my halal certificate so that we can do trade in an easier fashion, not only for Muslim countries, but also for the other countries. There are Muslim population in other countries as well. We need to define the scope accordingly. In Germany, for example, there are 3.5 million Turks living. In Europe, in total 5 million. Lebanon, Syria, Sudan, Iraq. We have many Turks living in these countries.
Medyaya yansıtılıyor dikkat ettiniz mi? Ülkelerde çocuklara en çok onların isimler var.
They're mostly used names in countries. In the UK,
Erkek çocuğu ismi
this name for boys is, did you hear that? Muhammad.
yani böyle de bir
So there's a trend.
coğrafyalarda Müslüman yoğunluğu var.
The Muslim population in non-Muslim countries. So we need to consider that as well for halal accreditation.
Standartlarının ortak bir şekilde uygulanmasını sağlamak ve böylece
And halal standards should be applied
güven maliyeti kontrol
in accordance with the SMIC standards.
iş dünyası olarak
As the business world, this is our priority.
tabii yani bu demek değil ki
It doesn't necessarily mean that
ikili anlaşmaları tamamen denerim.
we are going to get rid of mutual agreements.
Ülkeler kendi aralarında bir
The countries with which we have good relations, they can start taking first steps.
birkaç konuya daha dikkat çekerek programı sonlandırmak istiyorum. Birincisi burada helal meselesi özellikle bilim insanları, alimler, entelektüeller,
Scientists, intellectuals, and decision makers who are the leaders in the sector, they need to have a visionary approach and they need to set up a wide horizon for everyone. Food is very important and it is the most important need, but not only for the products, but also for services. We need to have the same practice because service trade has become very important. Our traditional service item is tourism, and we have taken long strides in this field in terms of halal certificates. There are some concerns.
televizyon dizisi ithalatı, ihracatı,
TV shows, export,
blockchain'den
blockchain, metaverse,
teknolojilere kadar çok farklı
digital technologies, very different export and import items were born, and while defining a standard in this field, we need to consider all these new fields as well. Let me give you a simple example.
kripto para borsa,
Rain, crypto money,
böyle bir helal sertifikası
stock. This is the halal certificate taken from Bahrain authority
yine aynı otoriteden
and again from the same authority,
böyle ilgilenenler belki duymuştur
Ripple,
XRP diye bir dijital para var.
XRP.
Helal olduğuna, ticaretin yapıldığına
It is halal. They do have that certificate from Bahrain.
yani özel sektörde su akıyor yolunda değil.
In private sector,
Burada helal konusundaki önderlerin bir ön alması, geniş vizyonla
the
yaklaşmaları
leaders should have a wide vision and
standartların belirlenmesi
the standards should be defined in a common path.
bir konu dikkat çekmek istediğim, şimdi helal sertifikasyon konusu çok oyunculu, çok disiplinli, multidisipliner.
Halal certification is a multidisciplinary field.
Helal gıda diyoruz.
We say halal food. It has food,
Mühendisliği var.
manufacturing, engineering, total quality,
Akademik tarafı var.
religious affairs, academia, public authorities.
Tabii Doğu toplumları olarak maalesef
As Eastern societies,
kültürümüzde eksiklikler var.
there are some
Yani eğer hiçbir
missing points in our joint efforts. We need to enrich our culture of doing business together. And there's another dimension of halal topic, which is education. We are in the advisory board of Halal Accreditation Institution. We can follow the activities of HAK, and if need be, we can be of support to them. And as DEIC, we will continue supporting all kinds of efforts.
Bizim üyemiz aynı zamanda da Yemen İş Konseyi Başkanımız. Mesela Yunus Bey her sene Yemen
Yunus
ülkesinde
Bey,
yurt
in
dışı
charge of halal, for
fuarlarında
example, both in Turkey and in
Helal
Russia,
Expo ve Helal Summit düzenliyor.
he
Aynı
organizes
yurt
Halal
içerisinde
Summit
belli
and Halal Expo. We are
vakit
in
grupları
close
eş
cooperation
zamanlı
with them,
ekiplerin bünyesinde çeşitli iş forumları ve
and we
B2B'lerle
organize
uluslararası etkinliklere destek
various
veriyoruz.
business forums and B2Bs.
Biraz önce iş konseylerimizden bahsettim. 150
I talked
iş
about
konseyimiz var.
our business councils.
Helal
We do have
fuarlardan konuları bu iş
152 business
konseylerimizin
councils.
vasıtasıyla yabancı muhataplarımız nezdinde gündeme getirebiliriz. Bizden arzu edilen konuları bu
We
şekilde
can
gündeme
express the
sokabiliriz.
matters
DEIC
about
olarak
halal
her sene
during
ülkemizde
these
etkinlik
forums.
düzenliyoruz.
We
Çeşitli iş
organize
forumları,
more than 2,000
B2B'ler, pazartesi
activities
toplantıları. Burada
every
bizden
year.
arzu edilen helal sertifikasyonuyla alakalı konuları uluslararası gündeme
We can bring
rahatlıkla getirebiliriz.
the
Peki bu
topics
konuya
about
baktığımız
halal
zaman
certification to the agenda.
ne elde edeceğiz?
What are we
Burada
going to have?
tabii üstam Esad Saccat'tı herhalde. O da bahsetti. Yani bu birden fazla
It was
sertifikalandırmayla
Esat Sajjad, I
kaybedilen
guess.
enerji
Too much energy, too much
bu sayede
time, too
israf
much
olabilir.
money
Biz de aynı fikirdeyiz.
are lost because of multiple certification.
Ülkeler arası ticaret anlaşmalarında Genel Ticaret Anlaşması, İngilizce'de
General
General Trade
GTA, General
Agreement,
Trade
bir numaralı
Agreement.
maddesi
First agenda item
vergilendirimin
is
kaldırılmasıdır. Ülkeler o
the
zaman ilk önce onu konuşurlar. Yani double taxation
double
meselesi.
taxation
Bu
issue,
helal sertifikasyon konusunda yani
and
Avrupa'nın
halal certification matter is going to be
hem
even
çifte
more
vergilendirme alanına
important.
girerken alınsın vergiye çıkarken iki ülkede bir mal ticaretinde e, bu da aynı hesap. Yani bir sertifika
One certificate should be
üretirken
sufficient.
ithalatçı firmadan ayrı bir sertifika uğraşmak gerçekten özel sektör ve ithalat uğraşan şirketler için
It's a quite big
bir yük olacak.
a burden
İnşallah
for the foreign trade companies to have multiple
o da çözüm bulacak. Sabah
certificates.
son bir konuya temas edip konuşmamı bitiriyorum. Sabahki oturumda Profesör
In the morning
Mehmet Günay
session, Professor Mehmet Günay mentioned, I was happy to listen to him. As a result of all these works, if we can have a consensus as Islamic countries, we can constitute a source of inspiration. We need such a thing as Islamic countries, and we will serve to the Ummah
özetle iş dünyası olarak ki 3
as the business world.
ticaretle uğraşan Türkiye'nin her yerinden ve her sektörden büyük şirketimiz var.
We do have 3,000 members, companies all around Turkey, and we are one of the biggest supporters of this project.
Gerektiği yerde sorumluluk almaya
We can take responsibility if need be.
bu düşüncelerle programın hazırlanmasında
Thank you very much.
olmak üzere
And I would like to thank to the organizers of this event. Thank you very much, Mr. manager from Arla Foods.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear Excellency, dear participants, everyone in this room and the people who is attending online, thank you for coming and thank you for attending until now and being with us. And I would like also to thank HAC for the invitation and for giving me this opportunity to be with you and also to talk about it because it's quite important. Let me start by introducing myself and my company. My name is Mahdi Salhab. I am working in a company called Arla Foods. Arla Foods is a Swedish-Danish cooperative, dairy cooperative, owned by around 9,800 farmers from different European countries. We have production operations in 5 continents, 66 factories, 52 factories halal certified. And you can imagine how big is the idea and how big is the work we do. We have our internal standard, which is based on the available, international standards. By seeing the trend toward more countries would like to establish halal accreditation and make their own standards, we start to feel a kind of a fear because we may end up in 5 years with 50 different lists of recognized bodies. And also we start to see in the last, especially couple of years, a kind of a trend of what we call it a pushing toward a monopoly on halal. Pushing toward a monopoly on halal, it means certain governments will select a sole certification body to do halal certification on behalf of them. And then also a kind of rocket fees set it up. This is the way to enter the market or you are out. This is completely non-ethical and it's against our even code of conduct in Arla Foods. And we definitely, and recently we decided to skip one of these markets, even though we used to make a lot of money in this market, but for us, what's non-ethical, it will not work with us. That's basically the message. If we will continue this way, there are several consequences which will really affect the industry, not only Arla Foods, but everybody working in this world. And we are really now, if I can say, completing each other. We are not separated supply chain in the Western country and there is a supply chain in the Eastern country. We are one supply chain globally. We are giving each other ingredients and we are getting products and we are moving expertise. We are moving also products and goods globally so that we have to live the globalization when we work halal. We need a global approach toward halal. This individual approach, country by country, toward single standard. And when I'm looking into the content of the standard, and I have been in this field from around 7 years, I could not find significant differences between standards. There are certain minor differences on the procedures. And I will echo Ibu Muti when she mentioned something about fatwa and the standard in the local countries. That's something we have to respect in order to let the mutual recognition to succeed also. This development leads to several consequences, as I mentioned, especially multiple halal certificates may require to cover different markets, even in the same cluster. Like, for example, if we look GCC or the Gulf countries, nowadays we have multiple accreditation in this region. Now, if we look into MENA market, which is Middle East and North Africa, we have even more. SIA, for example, our Southeast of Asia, we have also multiple accreditation and multiple schemes there. We need many certificates to cover more markets. And we are in Arla Foods selling our product in 170 markets. We are selling 170 countries. And our commodity products, milk powder, can go worldwide. We don't know where it goes because it's sold under something called global dairy trade. The number and the frequency of the halal inspection for the same factory will increase as a result, or will lead to a higher complexity and cost. This may reflect the total cost of goods, which we call it also COGS, leading to a higher price for the halal product in the market that demand them. It means the Islamic consumers will pay more to get the product. Reduce the complexity. Let's make the halal product good for everyone. Let's make the halal product really the cheapest available if we can. Monopolies may establish, as I mentioned, in certain markets, particularly by selecting a sole certification body. To overcome this challenge, multilateral agreement is crucial between the Halal Accreditation Organization. Under OIC SMIC, we have the chance, we already have a standard. SMIC already made the standard for everyone to be used, and it was available for many years. And myself, I have been talking about this in all occasions, in all, what we call it, even when it was in the level of the EU, whether halal or non-halal, always talking to the industry, pushing toward multinational or multilateral agreement for halal. That will definitely increase the competition between the certification bodies in relation of the fees or also in relation of the quality of the work. They will start to hire more people. They will start to hire even more equality, what we can say, competent people to take the work. And also it will give us as an industry a wider selection of the halal certification body which we will work with, because we will not be limited to a certain list for a certain geographical spot. It will improve the transparency within the industry and benefiting all stakeholders, accreditation, customers, us, everybody affected by this global food supply chain. It will also prevent any monopoly and fostering the high ethical practice, as I mentioned. As a conclusion, it is important to promote a collaboration and multilateral agreement in halal accreditation industry to ensure the growth and sustainability while safeguarding the interest of the consumers and the business alike. And thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Sayın Salhabat, katkılar için teşekkür ederim.
We thank Mr. Salhab for his contribution. Now I invite Mr. Numan Akkuş, the Senior Manager of Food Safety and Defense in Yıldız Holding. Distinguished participants, I salute you with the name of God. These are the topics which I will talk about in my presentation. Our safety board, a food safety board, and our food management system, and the importance for halal in our holding. The halal food is very important in Turkey, and the star of Turkey is shining around the world. We have food factories, we have 75,000 employees, and we are exporting to more than 130 countries, and we are ranking second in terms of biscuit production in the world, and we rank 7 in the chocolate production in the world. These are our milestones in our history. I will not mention all of them here. We were found in 1944, and when we come to 1989, we became Yıldız Holding with the increasing number of our companies, and we acquired Godiva in 2008. In 2011, we acquired Şok Supermarkets. This became our strength in retail shopping. We have more than 10,000 branches of Şok Supermarkets. Again, in 2011, we acquired the United Biscuits, the biscuit giant of the United Kingdom, and in the same year, we acquired the Mescardi factories in the United States, and in 2016 we combined them under the same roof in Pladis, and in 2019 we became Yıldız Ventures and Pladis. We have 3 iconic brands among all our brands, more than 130. Ülker is a brand that's 80 years old. Leader in our region. McVitie's, an iconic brand of the United Kingdom. It's almost 200 years old. Godiva has 100 years of past. It's a premium chocolate brand. Our locations, facilities in Turkey and in the world. We have 18 factories in Turkey, and we exist in 20 countries in the world. The factories in Turkey are located in 13 different cities. Yıldız Holding and its global values are on this page. So we exist to serve our clients. We have high performance and a leading company, but diversity and cultural differences are our enrichment, and ethics and transparency are our basic values. Food Safety Council is about the food safety, food defense, and halal and kosher and vegetarian, and etc. Many sensitivities of the consumers are related with, and our board, the Food Safety Board, is also authorized to manage all these issues, and they have the authority to stop production in our facilities and even to stop raw material procurement from our suppliers. So, Yıldız Holding was established because the number of companies of Ülker started to increase, and we started to acquire new companies, and we wanted to create an umbrella company or a holding to increase and accelerate the implementation of our policies. We have established Food Safety Board in 2008 because we knew about the sensitivities of the consumers. We have a guideline and a booklet in terms of food safety, and Halal Gıda occupies the biggest part of this booklet. According to the standard of Halal certification, all our factories are obliged to comply with that. Food Safety Board has Turkish and English website. In this website you can find the food safety and halal and kosher and vegetarian sensitivities of customers and what we do about them. They are all available in this website, and the halal standards compliance of all the factories that operate in Turkey and in the world are also mentioned on this website. In this booklet, we see this roadmap about how we adapted ourselves in this halal certification program. First, we established our committees, then we increased awareness by providing training, and we've provided these trainings to all employees in the factories. Then we have created procedures and standards to a management system, and they have did their internal audits, and as the Food Safety Board we have inspected and audited, we still do all our factories, and we do them ad hoc, we do them unannounced, and the factories do not know when we will go and audit them. We create action plans and we make them. We audit them. So these are our raw materials and final product numbers. We have our companies of retails and factories and raw materials. We do produce more than 1,500 raw materials in a year, and we produce more than 1 million tons of products each year. Our diversity is high, and it's very important for us because we export a lot, that our halal certificates are recognized in the world. So how do we manage our raw materials and final products, the common activities of our Food Safety Board? If we deem that a raw material is under risk, or it's risky, it has a high risk level, which most of them falls under, we do inspect them, and we cooperate with the institutions, the certifying bodies, the logos of which you see on the screen. They are Vajokin for Malaysia, for example, HAK for Turkey, Halal Indonesia, GAC, and MUIS and SFDA. And this is not enough for us, of course. We do apply to the laboratory analysis and the supplier audits. We try to provide safety for our high-risk raw materials. We, of course, visit our own factories, but we have thousands of suppliers, and we have a partner supplier auditing firm, Merih Kalite is the name of this company. We do give them trainings and they do our audits for us. They assist us in auditing of our suppliers. About the standards of halal certification in our factories. So what do we about that? We do establish factory, facility-based halal commissions. We do trainings and we do analysis. We have logistics and the training of the logistics personnel. Our main purpose is that the logistics companies do transport only our products and no one else's. And if they have to carry the products of other manufacturers, then we seek for the halal certificate from that company as well. The management of certificates are very important, of course. They have expiration date, periods like 1 or 2 years, etc. We have to follow whether the suppliers are renewing their certificates, etc. So these were the important topics to which we pay attention. The internal audits are made by our halal committees, and the results are shared with the Food Safety Board. And Yıldız Holding Food Safety Boards have ad hoc audits as well, unannounced audits. And since we have halal certificates in our facilities, we also get audits from certifying bodies as well. These are the certifying bodies that our factories hold a certificate for exporting. We work with Halifax and Wigstone, etc. All our factories, I think, have have certificates from these bodies. A couple factories, I think, do not have certificates, but they are they are well good enough to receive a certificate. They have not yet applied just that. So we have halal certificates, as I said. Some of our factories had to receive more than one certificate. Of course, this was an issue that has so far been widely discussed in this conference as well. This is due to the requirements of exporting country and some additional certificates, like the second or third certificates, had to be acquired to export to specific countries, which is a negative thing for us. These are the training photos from our factories. We have thousands of participants in our trainings. The halal certification trainings took for 44 days to train the whole personnel, and we renew these trainings on an annual basis. We have boards and dashboards, as you can see in the screen. We have 2 boards in all the production halls in our facilities. They are about halal production. And that's it. Well, the last thing that I would like to mention is the importance of global recognition and multilateral recognition of halal certificates. This is really important in Turkey. In June 2022 and in April 2023, we have 2 regulations that foresee that all halal certificates in Turkey will be accepting any halal certificate issued by abroad countries will only be valid in Turkey if the country in question is accepting Turkish halal certificates. And we have lots of examples from abroad, but there were a lot already in the previous presentations. I will skip them very briefly. So we are tracking Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia, or Canada, or 9 USA provinces, the Gulf countries, Egypt, Pakistan, Tunis, and Morocco. Legislations are the ones that we follow very regularly. We have our regulation departments, but there are so many regulations that even our regulations departments and all the employees there have difficult time in tracking and following all of those. So the halal certificates and global recognition program will have potential benefits to us. We have analyzed these benefits in 4 different categories. The first category is the benefits for the suppliers, the second is for the producers, the third is certificating bodies, and the fourth is customers or consumers. If you take a look at that, if a single certificate for all countries in the world would be very nice for the suppliers and the producers, because the fake productions or fake companies will be prevented from the market, because we will not have to spend extra money for receiving certificates from numerous companies in the world. And again, the time losses will be prevented if if a single certificate will be valid for the whole world. It will be very good for the time management. It will be a benefit for the certifying bodies. And again, the third benefit was the time spent on tracking the regulations. This will benefit the suppliers and producers and certifying bodies. A single certificate program will also mitigate the time of negotiation when you want to import or export a product. Another benefit, the fifth one, is the reduction of the time that the product needs to wait in customs. It is very high right now. This causes problems. This has caused a lot of problems in the past. It's still causing problems, but the single certificate will reduce the time that is spent on the customs. And also, the losses in the production processes will be prevented if a single certificate program is implemented in a healthy way. Again, last 1 or 2 slides, by the way. So, if global recognition can be centralized and Halal logo QR code implementation is successful, then integrated traceability and ID recognition implementations can be performed as well, and the consumers can simply scan the QR codes in supermarkets and validate that the Halal certificate is valid for that specific product. This will accelerate our business. This will increase our potential sales as well. The consumers will be benefiting from that hugely. And the assessment of accreditation bodies on the certification bodies can become a standard, and the certification bodies' capacities can be consistent and sustainable. This is a huge benefit as well. Right now, the accreditation bodies take a lot of time to approve one company, but if there are some international standards on that, this time will be reduced and the business will be much faster. We have lots of problems related to that. And there are lots of other licenses or certificates that are required by many authorities, and these international standards can prevent the time waste on those other licenses and certificates. This will be important too. Preventing unfair competition, it is very important. We have mentioned that here. So there are producers who do not do their job properly, and their difference and the difference between them and the one that does their job properly is very important, and it will be even more obvious after this application if there is. And the building trust thing is very important too. I believe this will be the most important benefit. Increasing the trust between the producer and the customer, the consumer. This will result in many important sub-benefits. As the Islamic world in Turkey, today we need unity and integrity more than ever. Therefore, I believe this conference will be very fruitful for all of us. I hope that you will get the best of it. I again thank the organizing committee for inviting us to this this beautiful conference. I thank you all for listening to me. I would like to thank Mr. Akkuş for his presentation. Now it is 6 p.m. in the afternoon, and we will have to say goodbye to our translators, perhaps in a couple of minutes. Therefore, I will ask our last two speakers to be very fast with their speakers. Now we have Aslı Gilgan, Deputy Secretary General, Poultry Meat Producers and Breeders Association. Distinguished audience, I would like to thank the organizing committee to be invited to this international conference on global recognition and of halal certificates. I'm very happy to address you today. Our association is 30 years old and serving to poultry producers for more than 30 years. Our purpose is to increase the production and to benefit the producers of poultry in Turkey. We are representing Turkey in national and international arena. Our association has a registry in the Industry Council of the Chamber of Commerce in Turkey and Halal Accreditation Board, the Board of Consultants in Turkey, and we are cooperating with many public offices, especially with Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Founded in 2005 and has members of more than 30 countries. We are a representative and one of the 11 founding members of the World's Poultry Association. We have many members in our association. Some of them are the integrated companies that produce poultry meat, and some other companies provide chicks and eggs to these companies. The integrated company means that the ones that have all the stages, all the facilities for all the stages of poultry production, starting from breeding to processing to the final product. They are all enrolled and registered in Turkey. OECD and FAO has a common publication that says that 140 million tons, the 40% of the whole meat market in the world is poultry. We see that in the next 10 years, the poultry will be the highest protein source in the world. When we see the history of the poultry and its development in Turkey, we see that our association come from a family company in 1970s. Then in 1980s we have increased the number of our enterprises and changed our structure in the industrial production. With the 1990s the industry grew a lot in Turkey, and in 2000s the investments went on to catch the world standards. In the last 20 years the poultry production increased by fourfolds almost in Turkey, and today we are producing for 2.4 million tons of poultry in annual basis, and we are ranking 8 in the world. The average person in Turkey consumes 21 kilos of poultry, the white meat, in the year, while this amount is 17 kilos in other countries. We have a geopolitical importance as of our location in the world, and we have increased our export by 20 times in the last 20 years, and we are exporting poultry to many countries in the world, and we are one of the top 5 exporters in the world. Our country is implementing the highest standards of poultry in the world, and we are also complying with the implementations of sustainable and environmental friendly production methods, and we are constantly developing and improving. The slaughtering in the industry is done in 100% compliance with the Islamic rules and in a manner that would harm the chicks the least. The slaughters are performed by hand by Muslim butchers, and the integrated companies have internationally recognized quality, food safety, environment, and occupational health and safety certificates, and also they have Turkish Standards Institution Halal compatibility documents, and we know that the companies are receiving halal certification services from CIMIC a lot.
We have some challenges to export because of these certificates. Halal certification practice is important in order to have world standards, but the products without this certificate doesn't necessarily mean that these products are not halal. Our association, which is the representative of the sector, since 2013 we have been supporting the efforts, and our support will continue to CIMIC, and we attach great importance to the technical committee efforts, and we believe that they should be the authority, and we would like to thank to Halal Accreditation Society for their greatest efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our final speaker from International Halal Tourism Association, Emrullah Ahmet Turhan, Secretary General. Hi, welcome. Thank you very much to the organizers, International Halal Tourism Organization. I think we lost too much of time. I'm not going to introduce the organization. This is the promotion, our activities are promotion of the halal tourism. In Indonesia, Halal Life Center, Bosnia, UK, America, we do have different protocols, and we are working on developing halal tourism, and we do organize international programs, and we are one of the organizations attaching great importance to the halal standards. In 2019, we expressed our opinions about the halal standards, and they should be accredited by the giving our greatest support to the activities. The NGO side and the trade side, we are standing right next to them, and we really attach great importance from trade perspective as well. And I do have some concerns in this regard. In the standardization in the past, before the accredited authorities, everybody was giving a document. Each institution works very well in standardization, but from the commercial part, halal is halal. Oranges. Orange trade is trade. Therefore, the first Halal Tourism Committee efforts under CIMIC, the cloth that we are going to put to prayer mat, we were discussing about them. On the hotel side, we were asking for staff from the Religious Affairs Authority, and we built mosques and masjids. So we have taken already a long stride in that regard. We created our supply. There was the demand, because in the market, in the sector, halal tourism was at high demand. because Muslim people wanted to have comfortable holidays. So there should be a global standard. All the countries, when we say halal, there should not be any question mark in their heads. This is an important detail. I don't want to take too much of your time anymore. Tourism part, I don't want to give you too many details because we are discussing these matters in a very detailed fashion. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Sayın Turhan'ın katkıları ile bu oturumumuzu ve konferansımızı tamamlamış bulunuyoruz.
We completed the
Konferansımızın her
conference.
sektörün farklı aktörleri ile
We
helal
mentioned,
belgelerin karşılıklı tanınmasına duyulan ihtiyacı yeniden vurgulamak
we
ve bu
underlined the
konuda
need
ortak çabaların
for
gelinen noktayı ortaya
halal,
koymak.
common halal certificate. We hope that this conference has been beneficial for all the participants. Now I would like to invite Sayın Zafer Soylu and the speakers to the stage to present the
Tüm konuşmacılarımızla ve salonda bulunan tüm katılımcılarımızla bir aile fotoğrafı çekebiliriz. Dileyen herkes fotoğrafa girebilir. All of our guests here and speakers, you may come on to the floor to take a family photo. Teknik ekipteki arkadaşlarım, arkadaki fonu kapatabilir miyiz? O biraz fotoğrafları bozuyormuş. Teşekkür ederiz.